Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 300. Let me just cue up the intro, because we're using the old system again, just for the special intro. I have to yet to migrate it to the new control panel system. Who's up there? JD80. Charles? I thought I saw Charles there. So who wants a bit of birthday cake? Now, not too sure how the volume levels are on this old setup that we used to have. How's it sounding out there? Yeah, so 300 times 3 hours average. I think we've probably done at least 1,000 hours live streams. That's quite a lot. How many days is that? Yeah, cool. The old system still works, just in case everything else fails. We always got the backup system. Hello. Okay, let's pause the music. There we go. Good to be back. I finally got there. Okay, now I've got to switch camera views. Almost forgot how to use this old system. Used to my code I wrote to make it a lot easier. So yeah, should be back at the desktop. Let's see if that works. Good to be back. Yeah. That volume's pretty low. So how's everything sounding out there? All good? Why am I getting feedback? What did I just do? Alright, mute it. Yeah. Easy to click the wrong button. Okay, we got a bit to cover tonight though. So let's see if this works. Been trying to code all day, so hopefully my mind's going to be okay. I was cursing and swearing at things not working. Don't you just hate coding? That's if you know how to code. Especially when you're doing scripts and things. We're coming up to 600 uploads, because that'll be the next birthday cake. So the midweek catch up on UFO vids and topics. So a lot of it's I've not even looked at. Sort of basically tabbed it, but not actually looked at it. See how we're going to go with it. And good. I did send him a Facebook post earlier, but yeah, I don't know where he is. Is he on Discord by any chance? He never comes on Discord. I keep telling him to run it in the tray. And you can see when people message him. That's what's good about the Windows app. You just have it sit in the tray, it beeps you. Unless you got it on Do Not Disturb. Which is I have it set on at the moment, as it makes a beep noise during the live stream. So yeah, got a few topics to go over here, and we'll just work from. Let me just minimize that down. On the control window, you can't see what I'm doing. Let's see, I'll just send him out a message on Facebook. It means I've got to bring up on the other screen, see if he's around. He hasn't answered my thing. I don't think he's up. What's the time in the UK at the moment? Lunchtime, isn't it? Still in bed. Now live for 300. Hey, I did try to get some guests on, but no one, everybody was busy. Everybody's busy in the UFO field. Or it's too early for them. So I just went with this time anyway, to suit New Zealand and UK better, and Australia. Although I don't think we've got any Australians here. Corey's Australian, but I don't think I've ever seen him on the live stream since he did his story. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Anyway, better move on. So what's the first topic? Alright, I just want to mention that I've joined Rumble video platform, and you can subscribe there. It looks pretty good. Everything seems to play, doesn't seem to have any restrictions. So that was the last Robert Street, yeah, wasn't it? Oh no, that was my last one, was it? So if we go to how do we get to my channel there? Go to my channel. I've managed to upload a few there, mostly exposing the fraud channels, Third Phase and Secure Team, and also some of the latest ones here, and some of the more popular ones, Aliens Among Us, which has already had 9 views, so that one seems to be popular, and Art Bell one's only got 2, so they were interested in Art Bell. Looks like Art Bell has history now, is he? So yeah, so how to get there, how to advertise it. Well, it's got a crazy channel number here. It converts the out there name to that. So see if you can get to it anyway yourselves, if you want to go and join it. The Rumble, it says. I'm not sure how long that's been around, but I see a few frauds like UFO Man has uploaded there if you want to go and harass him. Let's see if we can search UFOs or something. Let's see how many it comes up with. Hey, and mine now on the top of the list. That's pretty good. So that's Third Phase Hoaxin is number 1 there. That's good. That's what we want. And the Tyler ones, where they disappeared to? They're not even in the list. Page 84 pages of UFO stuff there, so who knows, I could maybe take that over with the UFO channel. So where was UFO Man? I noticed I saw him here the other day. Put up some garbage. Wonder if we can just type his name in. UFO Man. Is it without the space? So yeah, I don't mind uploading a few to every platform there is, because you get noticed more out there, you see. It makes good policy, because a lot of the frauds won't go on a lot of these platforms because they can't make money from it, unlike me, who will is out there for the truth. So what do we got here? I typed in UFO man this time. I'm sure I saw him there, but yeah. Why can't I find him now? He obviously doesn't use UFO name as a tag, probably. UFO. Alright. UFO brings up more. Art Bell. There's my one. Buzz, whoever that is. Buzz videos. I think one UFO man put up stuff about Mars. Unless he saw me there and suddenly deleted his channel. I need to put up some debunks for UFO man, don't I? UFO man exposed. So I'm trying different titles on these other ones, so it sort of makes people want to click it, find out more. It's funny, I can't find them now. But if you find them there, let me know. It's good to see that security team's not there anyway. Alright, so the first one is GUFON putting up a video of this. And I said I was going to look at it. And I put a comment there and I sort of got harassed. He's deleted me, has he? No. Alright, here we go. Alright, so I'll just play it for starters and see how it goes. And we'll see if we can analyze it. Okay, we'll just skim past that.
A very interesting sighting. It's
I don't think so.
Fleet. Yeah.
Is that loud enough?
It's a UFO fleet. I captured it 2006. I uploaded it to this channel. It says here January 11th, 2018 with only 40 views. Let me tell you something. I don't know why. Well, I do, because it's YouTube nowadays. This video should go viral. It is that good.
I think it's because it's GUFON man.
A lot of people, and you're gonna see this here, so I'm not really gonna do much explaining. Actually, let me just show you the video, and we'll come back to it. Okay? You'll watch the whole. How long is it? Just under 4 minutes. Go. What you're about to see is possibly one of the best UFO fleet ever captured on video. It was about 30 to 50, white, brown, chemtrails everywhere. Just afternoonish.
See, this is why a debunker is terrible skywatcher. If you don't know how to debunk or at least analyze your own footage properly, you shouldn't be on a YouTube channel debunking other channels. Always best to give your footage to another video analysis guy. Now he claims he did, but I don't know how good his video analysis guy is. I bet it wasn't Mark D'Antonio or someone with my expert video skills. Although he doesn't like me, as you know. He thinks I'm a non-critical thinker with no skills.
Well, the sighting was 318. I can't play any sound here. I can do very little because it's Howard Stern in the background. I was driving. Yes, I know what you're going to say.
So this is an amazing UFO fleet, guys. So just strap yourselves in. Don't pee on the bed or the chair.
That was out of focus. Stop it. Just watch.
Now, you reckon he deleted it? He may have done.
Howard Stern had on Cold Stone Steve Austin.
So can you see any UFOs, guys?
Alright, I'm just going to let it go.
At least he's got the side chat back now. Zach used to come to our UFO channel, didn't he? So, is that exciting? That should be on TV news, you reckon? Wait till you have to zoom it by another times 100 or something like that to see what's going on. I'll zoom in a wee bit and see if you can still see it. This is amazing footage, guys. And can you see anything yet? I can see little flashes of white light. It's not, it needs to be stabilized.
Watch what happens.
Let's zoom in a bit more, see if we can get it.
And then we'll go backwards. Is that it? No. I knew it wasn't
zoomed out again. So
I'm actually looking out the sunroof of my car. I'll tell you the whole shebang in a minute. This end here gets so unbelievable. You won't believe it. I must have faked it. No way it could be real. You're gonna love this part. You're gonna see one of these UFOs hovering, and two of them pass by. One is about to hit it. The second one, and it gets out of its way. It goes around it. Wait, here it's coming. What am I looking for in my phone? I need to get you guys something. There it is, watch. Watch the second one. It's coming right for it. Ready? No, I'm not. Boink. Ha ha ha. What do you want to talk to me about now?
Hey guys, that's as best as it gets, guys.
That's a good sighting right there. So,
a UFO fleet. That's as best as he gets it, right? So he starts zooming it in a wee bit and bringing out the portion where they're sort of dogfighting. Now, what makes you think that's not going to be UFOs in this footage, alien craft? My skeptical self says, well, UFOs don't dogfight, and if they were, they would be firing weapons at each other or laser beams of least, something like that. And they wouldn't be doing it over a populated city, especially in daytime, would they? So, yeah, straight away, UFO, aliens, Oskin's razor is the least likely explanation, right? So we got to look for something natural or man-made there. So we probably have to play it a few times to watch it, and then we'll go over it. Well, that's the problem, Charles. How could he call it a UFO? I don't know. Well, it's unknown, I guess. But, you know, UFO, when people say UFO, they straight away think of aliens. So now they use UAP because straight away people don't associate it with aliens because it hasn't been overused, right? So let's just carry on with it.
Back then it did very well.
We'll carry on with what he did for enhancements, right? And then we'll do ours.
The first day it was like 12 grand. I was thinking, oh my god.
I'll probably have to zoom in again or expand this.
I don't know what they are.
Still, that doesn't help much, does it?
Like Dr. Lin says, that they are. Oh, I know what I was doing. So
already we've got a video on a video here. So obviously the quality is going to be reduced. In fact, is he even on 1080p now? Because he's had so much trouble with his internet. That's probably not on 1080p. So we probably need to up it if it's not on 720. Is that the max one? Okay, we'll try 1080p, see if that improves it a bit. But it's still a video of a video, so...
I mean, I could get it, you know, but anyway. Here's what happened. So, in the beginning, there was man.
Okay,
I know,
you might have
these
done some
are
contrast control,
distorted because I was moving the camera. I know people are going to say, oh, wow, I never... See, what are these black lines through these? This is a very strange sighting. I think this is a digital artifact, but I never knew... I know I've stopped it here several times. I watched this video so much.
We got compression
This used to
artifacts,
be
is
my
what he means, I
favorite.
think.
See, that looks like it's tumbling, and oh, I wish I can get the stabilized video, because you'll see that one there was actually wobbling.
He's got his cursor in the way at the moment.
Okay, so I'm sitting in an intersection. I'm heading north. I'll just have it play. And I'm on my way home. I just did a signing for somebody for work. And I'm about 40 miles from home. I'm in Mesa, Arizona. And I'm sitting at a stoplight in the residential area. And right in front of me, out the windshield, if you're looking forward and you see the signals, you know, green, yellow, red. If you go up, maybe like a couple of inches, I don't know. I like to say probably about 10 degrees higher or 30 degrees up at an angle. They were right there above the road, and these flashes caught my attention. And I was looking up, and I'm like, oh, it must be a plane, you know, reflecting the sun or something. And then I kept seeing these little tiny dots just twinkling in the daytime at noon. So I had my camera with me at the time, of course. I always had both of them with me. And I just got this camera maybe a week or two before. Yeah, it was around my birthday because it was April. So I got it a couple weeks before.
Blah, blah, blah.
And I'm still learning how to use it. That's why it's not in focus.
We might have to drag the zone a bit.
This is a great one to teach people about how to
That's not me. That's
camera.
messing around there.
See that there? Watch. Your mother's got 9 nipplets. Watch.
We're trying to, but you keep pausing.
See how that kind of looks right there? It doesn't look anything like that, right? Watch. Because I'm out of focus. Your sister's Nickelodeon. And then it gets in focus. So I was thinking, what if this is paper? Caught. We have dust devils in Arizona. Like, no, that couldn't be it because they were hovering.
It's not
hovering. Paper. With the naked eye, they just looked like dots. See, that's wobbling right there.
We can say it's not balloons, guys, because the way it was moving. Most likely wasn't balloons because they're certainly circling around there.
You know, he'll spend like, because I know I've done it too.
And balloons would be more.
I debunked this and then I didn't debunk it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of crazy artifacts that happen in this video. It's a weird video.
If it was balloons, it would be more visible. It would be more, you know, spinning around, reflecting more. If it was balloons, it can't be bits of paper because. I don't think they would be able to do that. It might be cardboard that he's talking about, but no, I don't think it can be cardboard either. Because that means you would need high winds, and it doesn't look like it's high winds there. But we got no information, right? He didn't list the wind direction, wind speed, or bring up a map to say which direction they're heading, which you would do if you were documenting it like a real ufologist, right? You go out, you record the video, then you document everything and what you saw with your eyes compared to what you saw in the video. So if you want to be a real UFO hunter, you got to do it right. So you got all the information there, way you'd submit it to MUFON. Apparently this guy was a MUFON guy at one stage, but I find that a bit hard to believe. But To me, it looks like bugs, but what kind of bugs are we looking at? I don't think it's birds because they're very white, and normally it would be seagulls. But you can see how it fades out, which would be equivalent to bug wings closing and opening. So we'll just keep on looking at it.
But this is amazing because this one right here, there's another one, you can't see it. I think it's somewhere, I'm moving all over, but this camera had an optical imaging
Just look
stabilizer,
at
so
the
I
natural
didn't
movement of these. Doesn't
need
fit
a
balloon.
tripod, but I was driving anyway. I love this part.
It couldn't even be a balloon in a vortex. So that looks like right two bugs chasing each other, right? Now see how faded they are.
There was about 30 to 50 of them. I would say closer to 50. And that one.
I think you can even see the fluttering rings if you look carefully.
And
I'll see if I can get them faster.
When I saw them popping up, I grabbed my camera pretty quick. I knew I was seeing something that wasn't going to make sense to me. I just had a feeling it was weird. And what are the odds? So what I did, when the light turned green, I pulled into a Walgreens. I made a right, and I pointed the camera outside the sunroof of the car and captured what you see here. I thought maybe it could be paper as the only, but look, these are hovering, guys, and that one's not. Like, paper just doesn't stop, you know. And why would paper be that high? That's what everybody comes to the conclusion. They're like, well, oh
yeah, so we got no way to gauge the height of this, have we? It's two-dimensional. And he hasn't panned downwards and panned slowly upwards to where the things are. So we got no gauge. I know we saw some trees, but he said it was just slightly above the traffic lights. And in America, they have the traffic lights like on a beam going across the road, don't they? Which is high enough for trucks to get underneath as well. So if he's aiming up that way, it could easily be any range from a couple 100 feet in the sky all the way up to 1,000 feet in the sky, right? So, yep. I don't think it's seagulls though. But it's a possibility. But I think it might be these creatures here. See, the movement is very similar. Right? Two male butterflies. Some of them are quite big wings, which actually will show white when the sun reflects off them. This is my thinking at the moment, that it's butterflies. Maybe 50 of them up in 200 feet. They seem to move roughly in the same manner. I also got a video here. Where is it gone? This one here. Monarch butterflies. So we got some various pictures we can look at of them migrating. Somewhere here. Here we go. Now, we'll probably need to focus on that chunk of the sky there. Well, there'll be some way up there, right? And you can see when the light shines on their wings, they look very white. Now you can see that's very busy. I think this picture here somewhere of them landed. Was it that one? Somewhere there was a picture we can have a look at. Maybe it's another image I was looking at on another page. Probably didn't save it. What's that one there? Nice grey, isn't it? Whoop. Yeah, I thought white butterfly, that's what I said on his post. I've seen them dogfighting like that above the skies here in New Zealand. They call them white cabbage butterflies. And they do chase each other like that, more so than birds. Especially if they're trying to scare off another male from a female that they're trying to mate with, right? What's happened here? But yeah, monarch butterflies can look white underneath the wings. And I thought I had a picture here somewhere. But yeah, as you can see, I'm not sure if I kept it. But the monarch butterflies have fairly big wings, so you can see them from a greater distance up, right? Let me just have a look at that one there. How do we zoom it? And you can see these go for quite a fair distance up in the sky there. Looks very similar to his video. It would be like on the same angle, is what I'm trying to say. They look too small to be. How do we scroll the pictures then? I hate this site though. It almost looks like snow dropping, doesn't it? Yeah, if you have a look here at the background of the tree, they look very white. You can see that there. You see what I'm trying to get at? The sun's shining really brightly on the tree here as they're passing, and they turn white. See that? They look very white. I don't know if I can zoom in more. Closer up, they do have an orange tinge, but there's still some there that look really white where the sun's hitting them. So the colour I don't think really matters too much in this case. It's like rain, isn't it? Rain and butterflies. It's a pretty cool image though. I think it might be a JPEG or something. I mean an emanated gift. So we'll just close down it because we've got too many tabs here. So yeah, so let's go back to the butterflies here. Butterfly wing is more susceptible to ambient winds, so while capable of flying into wind, they aren't exactly engineered for it. So experts say there. Of course, we know when you get a load of them in the sky, they create artifacts on the weather radar. Migrating monarch butterflies ride the high winds, so they can go up to. This tiny butterfly can fly up to 2,500 miles at a time, which is quite amazing. And also they can go up to 20,000 feet, I think they said. Typically 11,000 feet. How high can insects fly? Quite a long way. 5,000 meters. Flies and butterflies up to 19, almost 20,000 feet. So yeah. So that means you're at plane level there. So if you saw a butterfly or bugs fly across the screen, and people would be saying it's aliens, but it could quite easily be bugs. Let's see what images we got coming up. See what other images we got. That last website was in California, so it's not too far away from Arizona, and you could see all those monarch butterflies they had there. I forgot to point that out before I closed it down. But yeah, here's some more images here. You can see if they closed the wings, flipped it around, moved around, they're going to reflect light, and then they're not going to reflect light in the sensor of the camera's not going to pick it up. But your eyesight is a lot better, as we know. The eye is up to 535 megapixels, right? And the camera goes up to, especially that old technology back in those days, which has been a handy cam. So what I reckon is that the butterflies are right in the thermals from Arizona, so they sort of lift off. They don't have to use up too much energy. They just use their wings, and the air currents just lift them up, and they just flap around and just head off towards where they're meant to be migrating to. So that's another thing, is we don't know what year it was. The time. Let's see if that makes a difference. We can find out. April. Okay, so let's see. We probably need to find out when they migrate. Maybe that will help us as well. So we need to do a search. When do monarchs, butterflies migrate? USA. Let's see what comes up here. Monarchs began their southern migration September to October. That's when they return in, isn't it? Up to 500,000 monarch butterflies migrate at a time. Originally in South Canada and United States, they travel, but we want to know when they migrate, what the two times are. When they head north. I suppose we've got to open it up and find out the rest of it. Of course, that still could be white butterflies, but we'll find out. This is why we do research, live research. So we only got used two guys on tonight, eh? What time is it in America at the moment? It must be fairly early morning. Let's see. Texas is 6:40 a.m., so it's a wee bit too early for Susan at the moment, and most Americans probably. They'll probably come an hour on. Why is that not opened up? I thought I clicked on it. So what do we got? What's it say for the two times? Overwhelmed sites in Mexico. So if it's coming from Mexico or on the way to the United States, it's going to pass over Arizona, isn't it? Here we go. Migration in March. They begin their northern migration in March. April, is it? Have I got the dates right? So there you go. It sort of matches there, doesn't it? And I don't know if it's got any other information there that we can look at. So I reckon it's possibly some stragglers left behind. March. It doesn't really say what time they keep going on to, though. You say April. Let's just put that in. It's coming up with the same one there. March to June. so sort of fits, doesn't it? August to November that side, March to June. So what was the calendar? For 2006. Hey, here we go. So March, April, May and June. So what's that, 4 months the butterflies take to migrate? And then August to November, wasn't it? Another 4 months to go back. So it's all starting to look good, doesn't it, for butterflies for that particular period. Okay, I just wanted to bring it up just to go through the calendar. Journey north, March to June, they say there too. Okay, so let's see what types of butterflies. We're going to be butterfly experts by this time next year. What types of butterflies in America? Well, we'll say Arizona or California, because it's next door, California. Let's see what happens. Burst of butterflies. Here we go. Don't tell me it was 2006, because that would be funny. Flying north by thousands. Yep. Hundreds of them have been seen around 105 freeway. So I don't know if that's where he was. 105 freeway, not too sure. But the black and orange insects that seem to be everywhere in South California aren't monarchs and they aren't moths. They are called painted ladies. Well, there you go. And these butterflies are migrating by the millions across the state. Painted ladies set off. So we need to find some pictures of painted ladies. They're orange, obviously, but wonder what ones are white. Okay. We wanted types of butterflies. Let's try types. Ah, there we go. That's looking like a monarch one here, isn't it? Very white looking. Painted lady, West Coast lady butterfly, painted lady butterfly. Yeah, so I guess that's the order of them. Still looking very good, isn't it? So butterflies in California. Looking like another prime suspect. Wow, look how white that one is. Very white looking there. Nevada, there we go. That's right on Arizona there, isn't it? There we go. So I wonder when they migrate. Do they migrate as well? They probably do, don't they? Rocky Mountains. So we've got a lot of candidates here. So I think my theory is sort of coming together now, right? So we need to look at this one here. Copy. I want to copy the information. You rotten thing. Why is the copy not there? Okay, so we want to go back, see what we can find out on that one. Or that could be this one here. Last seen August 2020, so there's not too many of those around. Obviously going to stick. Last seen July. There you go. GUFON caught the last one, 2020, California. Okay, we've got a lot of tabs here. Let's see, migration. Oh, okay. That looks very white there, doesn't it? Checklist. Okay, we want to know the migration of it, if there's anything. We can go on here. 1960 ranked the most strongest relative population growth. Okay. What's that got to do with butterflies, though? Species of butterfly. Okay, is it that one? Not sure if it's the same one. California. Red, yellow, colouring. Anyway, I think we could spend too long on this. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Flight mid-July. Bango, bango to early September. Nevada, there you go. Although the pictures we looked at, they looked very white, not yellow. So, yeah. So there you go. That fits. July. So what day was his? He doesn't say, but it's April, July. It's gonna fit, isn't it? Okay, we'll just close that down now. And we'll just go back to this and have a look at it.
It must be paper. Look. Now they're moving again. That was just sitting still.
Let's see if I can zoom in a bit again.
Look at this guy. He's barely moving. You can see that for yourself. Look. Barely moving. This one looks like it's taking stutter steps. I know I'm moving the camera, but it looks like it's also like it was pushing off the wall or something. It's a really cool video.
It looks to me like wing flap going on to me.
I don't think anybody can debunk it because there's one there was one up there, here.
You can't debunk it if you ain't got a brain.
They're all over. And then they spread out. That was the weirdest thing. When I first saw them... Whoops, sorry about that. I saw them...
Let's go back to where it's shown
my birthday.
properly.
I mean, I could get it. I don't know. Here's what happened. So in the beginning, there was man. I know these are distorted because I was moving the camera. I know people are going to say, oh, wow.
That looks like a butterfly there, doesn't he, where he's pointing it? See that? It looks like two wings. Or two mating in the air. Joined together, because they join together, don't they?
Through these. This is a very...
Hey, let's see if we can zoom on a little dot and see if we can amplify it up, see if it looks like a butterfly. He's saying the artifacts, but I don't think so. We've got one down there too. So we'll just grab this one to start with. Yeah, got a lot of tabs. It's turned out to be a decent debunk so far. JD, we ain't even beginning. I'm not even sure if we're going to get through all this tonight, but we'll see how we go. Here we go, and we're 48 minutes in already. And maybe grab the other one that he's saying is artifact. And let's begin the phone. We've got to watch out for his mouse there, but we don't want his stupid mouse in the way. So it's like second-hand camera footage that we're working with here, though. I've got to bring that over. I've got to scale that back down. Folder. Where's it disappeared to? Yeah, let me just do it properly. Yeah, so we got two images we can now plug into the editor and see if they look like white Nevada butterflies. Is what we're thinking they might be. And to me, they look like they're moving like butterflies. And look at that. That kind of looks like butterfly wings there. Alright, let's see if we can Bring out the colours. Now, it could be some rolling shutter as well, but it could be a white butterfly with black bits in the wing, and I think that Nevada one did have some black in the wing, didn't it? Had little black dots on it. So, brightness, probably not going to do much. Let's do a colour swap on it. Yeah. Probably not going to help us much either. And there's a funny pattern around it there. There we go. It kind of looks like a butterfly shape to me. Looks like one wing here flapping and the other wing here flapping. We'll try that. But to me, it's starting to look like a butterfly shape, where it's sort of like mid-flight flapping its wings. It's just coming down on thermals here. Anyway, so certainly doesn't look like a alien craft so far. Butterflies do fly in crazy movements because the birds pick them out the sky because they're so sluggish flies, right? So they fly all over crazy angles and things on purpose. They don't go in a straight line, that's for sure. So we want photo. Let's see. Sharpen. Let's see what this does for us. It's not really helping us much, but it does look like a triangle shape happening. Right. So what I'm seeing is looks like the wing given this way, and a wing coming this way, and the back of the wing here to a body, and another back of the wing there. Now we're seeing something similar to this. Of course, it goes around there, and it looks like the body would be there somewhere. Okay, we'll look at the next one. We have seen a similar UFO on video, on photograph, which was taken by a South American, I think it was, but I have got it up on a video called UFO test. So we'll just what's going on here? We got the hourglass. Over there. Sort of hung up on this. Oh, I'm going to open up some crap on the other screen. Hang on, let me get rid of that. Photo Director 8. This sounds like serious eating away CPU speed, that one. 30% off. I don't want that crap. Okay. Open my open source free tool. Okay, so let's scale it up again. Pity he can debunk his own videos in a slow motion. Well, I'm doing it for him, basically, aren't I? Okay, so here's the other object. Again, it looks like a smear. Which looks like it's like a butterfly in motion again. And there's possibly some rolling shutter as well. With motion. So that's why it's got black lines going through it instead of seeing the two bright white wings. So yeah, we won't muck around with that one too much, I don't think. We'll keep on looking for a better image. But there you go. You can see here, when we run it through the same filters as the other one, does have a butterfly shape again. Or a bird shape, as you want to call it. Looks like it's got a bit coming in there, a bit coming in there, goes around like wings, and then a body bit there, right? Kind of looks like a butterfly shape again. Or one of them could even be a bird. So you can't rule out being multiple things on the same footage, right? So butterfly, bird. Well, that one almost looks like a seagull there, actually. So just close this down. Free up some memory. Okay, so on to grabbing some more.
Strange sighting. I think this is a digital artifact, but
so
I
it looks
never
too
knew.
small to be a seagull
know.
unless it's really far away. It's not a digital artifact.
I've
No.
stopped it here several times. I watched this video so much. This used to be my favorite.
It's just that, as you know, cameras, if the object's too small or point in the wrong direction, it's not going to detect it. So that's why it seems to fade. So that's
See, that looks like it's
to me that looked like a butterfly going upwards here. And we want
tumbling,
to really.
and
It's not tumbling; it's flying upwards.
oh, I wish I can get
I wish
the stabilized video, because you'll see that one there was actually wobbling.
It's the wrong timeline. No wonder I can't scroll back.
I know these are
he's playing a video on a video.
because I was moving the camera. I know people are gonna say,
No, let me just get one of these
wow,
good ones.
I never see, what are these black lines through these? This is a very strange sighting. I think this is a digital artifact, but I never knew.
Well, it's still a bird or a butterfly shape, right? Even if it's got lines going through it. That's probably rolling shutter. He doesn't know about rolling shutter with motion blur. But because these objects are so small, they're appearing between the rolling shutter. You can see here the black line top and bottom over top of it there. Probably the same for the top one there. Okay, we'll just get hold of the next image anyway.
I know I've stopped it here several times. I watched this video so much.
Okay, so we need to grab something here because there's a good sequence here. Okay. Probably need to make it slow motion, don't we? So we can grab it properly.
This used to be my favorite.
Why is it not coming up? Alright, this is cog on the wrong one, isn't it? Damn it. I have to go backwards again. Okay, let's mute it as well. Is it too late to grab it now? Here we go. Let's just watch it carefully and then I'll grab it. Or I'll probably have to scroll back. So you see how it's deforming, flapping the wings, off I go again. See how it's coming back around? It looked like it was flapping wings. And you can only do this on super zoom and stabilizing it, of course. It's gone again. Let's scroll back. I'm pretty sure it's a butterfly. Okay. Or butterflies, to be more precise. I've probably gone back too far now. We'll just get to the spot first. I think it was around about here. Oh no, we've gone past it going. So these are the two objects that are fighting each other. They're way too faded to be a solid craft or balloon, right? We know what balloons look like. These are something natural to the environment. Yeah, we're getting to the spots. This artifact he reckons is an artifact, which it's not. There's another white butterfly. Yeah, move it on. See, it needs to be done properly. And that's the wrong one. We need to get down further. I probably missed it now, have we? He keeps pausing it too, which doesn't help. And here it comes. There's so little a butterfly flapping its wings there, look. Saw two sides of it then. Definitely not a piece of paper. Or cardboard. Look, it's moving like a butterfly. Sting like a bee. Let's see if we can move on a bit. We need to get a better snapshot. Here comes. So I'm far away. I suppose you can fool people. Say, oh, yeah, it's UFOs. And that's what the frauds do, right? Oh yeah, good capture, man. Him having his cursor on there doesn't help us much either. There's his cursor again. So why didn't he submit it to MUFON? See, they're fading in and out because the camera can't detect them because the light's not reflecting off the wings. See how far they're getting too far away from the sensor. We're talking about 2006 camera tech here. We're almost looking at MUFON, Mojo's camera. Remember how good that was? I've seen butterflies like that flying around the sky like that before. The white cabbage ones. But over there, they got fairly bigger. They're not tiny. They're actually fairly big butterflies they got there. That's got to be a butterfly. Look, that's the way it's moving. It's just mucking around on the thermals going up. So you can see a tree there. So this is the thing. So a tree. So they're not that too high up, are they? We got the tree for comparison here. He doesn't keep it in shot, so we can't really. Might have to speed it up again. Normal. So where is it going? See, there's a good one. But it looks like it hasn't opened up his wings. See that? Because he's moving his camera at the same time, so we're not getting the right motion. Ah, so where's the tree? He gets it in there somewhere. Butterfly. There's a damn butterfly. Okay, let's just grab that one. It's sort of reflecting a bit of light there. Oh, where's my cursor gone? Why is it not showing up on the screen? So we'll probably move on after this anyway. Can't spend too long on these ones. You can always come back to it. Yeah, we're trying to get that tree in frame. There's the cloud. Where's the tree? There we go. It's not there long. High mass light. Bottom of the tree, top of the tree, I mean. Or another tree. Good camera work. Oh, yeah. I don't think they're that higher up. If you angled it from the tree. See, this is where you take a photograph or two off the scene, right? So you do a full screen, so people can then overlay the video to a photograph and then work out the distance, so how high up they're likely to be and how big are the objects. We haven't got any of that information, but you can see here this low cloud at this angle here, and the trees over here. So I don't think they're that high up. Couple 100 feet maximum, maybe. So I'm not too sure what you think about that. There's nothing wrong with our notifications. You need to get yourself on Twitter, Shirley, because I always post it there, and also Discord I posted. Yeah, thank you. 300. Yes. So what's what's 1,000 hours divided by 24 hours? We should plug it into Google, see what it comes out to as days. That should be at the front. Let's put it into the calculator. 1,000 by 24. It's got to be what, 5 something? I just can't do maths this time of night. 4 something, yep. 41 days, 0.6, almost 42 days straight watching. So you got a bit of catching up to do there, JD. Just to watch the live streams, and then we got so that's 300, and then we got 200 normal episodes, and 200 episodes. I think they were about mostly 10 minutes. So 10, probably the average about 20 minutes. So that works out to be 4,000 minutes. So we can work out how many days non-stop you can watch. 4,000 minutes times it by 60. 60 hours, 66 hours. So my first couple hundred ones only melted to 3 days watching non-stop. Compare that to live streams. So that makes it, what did I say before? 62, was it? 42 non-stop days, was it? 42, 45 days straight watching you got for the channel. Compare that to Secure Team. He had about 1,200 videos times 10 minutes divided by 60 minutes gives us 200 hours. Let's see how much he had on his channel. That people crave his stuff. Divided by 24 hours gives us a massive 8 days watching, compared to my 4 years of. But he did delete about 1,000 episodes, so maybe it's up to 16. But still, in 4 years, I've gone way past his amount of watch time there. So, yeah. Need to close that down. Seem to have too many tabs here. Oh yeah, so we got one more video. I know Charles is probably fed up with this one, but just do this last image. I'm pretty sure it's white butterflies or monarchs even. Yeah, so there again, it looks like a bird shape again, but we knew it was flying upwards like a bird doesn't fly. Bird didn't fly in those sort of ziggy-saggy angles there. Had more of a butterfly thing, so that wasn't a really good one to do, but let's just throw it through the colors as the other ones. Yeah, it looks to me like it's like closed its wings, looks like it's got one wing this side and another wing that side, and it's sort of closed its wings up there a wee bit. I can't quite do it right, but yeah, it looks like the body of it there and the two wings either side. I'm pretty sure it's butterfly. And so we'll move on. Yeah, don't lead that last one, that's pretty crappy. So I did actually say that and I got attacked, of course, saying I don't know anything. I looked at it and then at the end I thought, birds, maybe. Insects, most possibly. Balloons, no. Planes, no. Balloons, no. So I went through the checklist in my head. So I said here, I think they are white butterflies mating, need better zoom and enhancing to see if wings or not. So we've just proven that they've got wings either side. I've seen butterflies dancing like that. Google white butterflies mating high in the sky. Actually, let's just do that. That might be where I've got the pictures from. White butterflies mating high in sky. Let's see what comes up for images. And here we go. These ones are looking more like it, aren't they? So have we got any emanated gifts? See, there's a white one. It looks like that Nevada one. Queensland, that isn't. Let's go videos. Let's see what comes up. Many white butterflies flying from the ground. Can we use that? Say stock. Probably can't use that one. We want one that's done by someone outside. A small cabbage white butterfly. That one might be closer to what we see in our skies here. We want one where they're going upwards. That one looks like it's around the sky. But you can see the flapping motion that you get there. Yeah, it looks very similar to the crappy images we're getting zoomed in. There's got to be something better than that. I did come across some better images. Monarchs, migration. I know I did see a good video of it, but I didn't save it because I was looking on the other video screen on my regular browser at the time. We had better images in here. Let's have a look at that one there. Is that YouTube? So that looks really similar to what we're seeing, right? That kind of shape that we saw in the zoomed images and the double going on. It's got to be debunked, I think. It's a shame we can't get any videos on flying. Let's see, stock video. Let's have a look at this one very carefully. I'm not sure if we're allowed to play the stock videos or not. Coming off the ground. Do we get a sky shot at all? Clumsy flyers, aren't they? When you see them in slow motion. Anyway. That wasn't a really good one, was it? It's annoying that you can't get the image that you want just to prove something. And them attacking each other, of course, which was what I had here, wasn't it? Bingo. There's probably other images on here, similar. Anyway, if you find something out there, we can add to it. But yeah, anyway, so we'll get to that stuff, hopefully. So what did I say? 22 messages are tagging me here. Okay, so of all the thousands of people who've seen this, you debunked it with butterflies. Do you care? Butterflies, we better call the exterminator. GUFON. Laughing my ass off. Butterflies, that's probably the stupidest debunked theory I've ever heard. This footage is amazing, probably one of the most compelling pieces of UFO footage I've ever seen. This is a sort of mentality we're dealing with, guys. Rich, you'll analyze footage, which he didn't do, better than most people. He didn't analyze it at all. You thought it was something else, you would have said so. And he's a bull ass. Butterflies don't fly that high during mating flight. Go to 20 to 30 feet. So this is some guy who reckons he's the expert. They might be yellow butterflies. So yeah, we just proved that with the Nevada butterflies. You certainly knocked that out the park. This is why no one talks to Paul. This is D.B. Cooper. Some Mexican living in California. Runs his food places, and I'd like to know where he got his money to buy his food places to start with. I wonder if it's has to do with weed and drugs. You're gonna have to do a 5-hour video on butterflies now. Yep, certainly you did an hour doing it properly. Paul has to do a video on butterflies, everybody. This guy donates to GUFON every day, like $20. You got no way to tell how high those butterflies are. They are moving natural. In fact, I did research. That's what I'm saying back to him. So it could easily be 30 feet from the camera. Who knows? We saw the camera was tree was there. And these were off in the distance, so they could easily be 30 feet. We got no reference points in the stupid video. So what else we got here? GUFON, your mates are no match for my talents, mate. Man, this guy just keeps coming back. You think Rich filmed a butterfly at 15 to 20,000 feet? I said they could be 200 feet or less. You know, they don't listen. I said the key here is Arizona thermals. High winds, nope. See, I even say up here, 10 100 to 200 feet or so. And I just posted this link up here saying that they can go up to 20,000 feet, which is incredible. Because then they don't look like they got that much energy. So obviously they use air currents to sort of push them along like a sailboat, right? So what else we got? That's it. What's this? Here is what I see. They are some kind of biological objects, yes, called butterflies. I think after seeing countless hours of footage of UFOs in space, and here our space station, and above the Earth, that there are some kind of biological life forms. So this one's thinking biological life form as an alien life form. Unbelievable. They're not butterflies. What are they? I can't tell. Yeah, but you tagged me over it. If it wasn't your footage, you would claim it was fake. Doesn't that verify at least some footage you show us actually be real also? So they're having a go at him. No. I wouldn't say fake, I'd say misidentified. These guys are just stupid. So, I don't know if you want to watch it or not. I don't mind putting it down the side for you. So if you want to look on your big screens to see if I'm more right than they are. UFOs, butterflies. I should type it on the other screen. At least I can see what I'm doing over there. Keep forgetting about I've got 2 chats up now. Alright, let's move on. Enough is enough. So, hour and 20 minutes on that rubbish. So, on to the next one, which is MrMBB. Who likes it, MrMBB? No one. Well, lots of idiots do. How many subs has he got? 418,000 subs. Mars Pyramids, guys. Possibly 3 we're looking at today. I'll just reload that. So it's got an hourglass going. Okay, let's come up now. Let's see what they're saying. We're being groomed for alien deception. The Mexican pyramid you're showing is not Aztec. It's a Mayan pyramid. Someone's corrected them already. Yeah, it's a chicken itza. And now they're going to talk about chickens, right? 1 of 2 possibly. Life will still be on Mars. All photos and videos are taken from spots on Earth. Only 2 possibilities. How about the third one, that it's pareidolia? And the fourth one being camera artifacts, right? From stitching errors. The 2 pictures. So what else we got? So even GUFON was telling me that on another video that we don't know how the pyramids were built, and I said that's BS. So we know exactly how the pyramids were built and what equipment they used, because they drew it on the walls. They used canals with 2 or 3 big reed boats to hold the weight above the waterline, and simply towed the boat up to the pyramid base, where they lifted it off with 5 cranes each side. They got special cranes where it could have multi things, and each one could lift even greater weight. Then they lifted it up on that special place on the pyramid where it slid around, and they could just place it into place with sleds. And quite easy to do with, we said, found out was like 60 men could do it. So how long were the pyramids taken to build? Well, we don't know, but it could have possibly taken 100 or more years. Who knows? But more than likely, if it was non-stop with slaves, which they generally had back in Africa, then they could build it in 30 years probably. But it would have taken years to build, regardless. Anyway, MrMBB. trying to claim that we've got pyramids.
Mars. That's where we're headed here in just a moment. I received a photo from a young lady by the name of Anna, and it was from the surface of Mars. At the distance, you're going to see something that has a uncanny resemblance to an Aztec pyramid, an old
Okay, can you see how small that is at the top?
pyramid that we see here around planet Earth. We're going to come back and take a much closer look at that here in just a minute. But first, we're here at the website checking out the Schumann resonance pyramid. So here we go. Here's the crater that's known as Gale Crater, and again, that rover has been there for several years. Here's another pano view of the Gale Crater, and now we're going to zoom in on a possible ancient pyramid, or at least a structure that looks very similar to an ancient pyramid that we see right here on Earth. They're all over planet Earth.
Doesn't even look remotely like this one, because this is only a little small on top. So he's saying that it's been cut in half, is he? Or is it just, how small is it? How big is it? We got no reference in size here. It might be just like it's 4 foot high. It's just absolutely ridiculous, really. And that effect on it could even be like a ridge on the other side, and it's a mountain, a little hill in front of it. And it looks like it's got a layer on top, right?
And as you're seeing here, I put one in the photo that...
So if you look at these ones here, where you got little dark lines going through, this looks like it could be even on the other side, on the ridge. Right. And it also could be compression error and stitching errors in it, where it's missing some data. So instead of it being like a white thing there, depends how the curious did the rover take it, and does it do it in one snapshot? I don't know. Do they do it in multiple snapshots and join it together? Kind of looks like a stitching error there, because it looks like it's got a line going down it there. But I don't know. This is the sort of things you got to look at properly, instead of just pull up an image and just talk about it, because it's only two-dimensional. And first of all, we need to know what the type of camera it was using and all that sort of stuff.
Is similar to one here on Earth. See the top, how it's got that collar around the top, just like an Aztec pyramid. Obviously, the one on Mars is much more weathered. I'm surprised we can even see features like that on the surface. Here's another example of a pyramid that I found right here on Earth and put it side by side with the structure that we're looking at on Mars. And again, they have similarities. Same type of angles on the corners or on the edges. There's one over here that has a unique angle. See that right there? Flat top.
So you got 27,000 views on that. Look how many likes he got on it. I'm just going to add a dislike to it there. So he's saying this is a pyramid here and a pyramid there, right? And that looks like a mound of dirt to me. He's got his cursor on that one. And that looks like another mound of dirt. So what is he trying to say? That they're like the 3 pyramids in Egypt, right?
That has a flat top, unique angles that look symmetrical. All of those angles look the same. Very interesting photo from the Curiosity rover. There's the pyramids over in Egypt.
3 pyramids.
The 3 main ones, and you got 3 here in this photo from the Curiosity rover.
It's absolutely garbage, isn't it, guys?
On top of what appears to be some sort of a intelligently designed structure on the surface of Mars. And this is in the Gale Crater. Here it is again. I'm just putting it in different places just for perspective purposes, that's all.
And he doesn't know how to edit it, you know, just to get rid of those extra bits on the side.
To me, it reminds me a lot of the Aztec pyramids. These here, if you look at the sides, they look very similar with regard to, you know, like the type of stone and blocks and stuff. I mean, they're both, even the ones on Earth, are very heavily weathered. And here's black and white, so they're all the same basic color. And you can see
it's garbage, mate. So really we need to find the original image and see if we can, I don't know, do anything with it maybe. But I think it's probably just a waste of time. But this guy's replaced, you might be able to remember Street Cap 1. This guy's sort of taken over in his place, creating pixelated images of buildings on Mars and Moon. You remember the Antarctic one I did, which turned out to be a known square iceberg that's down there. It had nothing to do with an underground base. It's just absolutely garbage. And let's see, has he got any information here? Nope. Where's the original picture? Let's have a look. See links below. Yeah, let's have a look. Have we got links or not? Don't see any links. Subscribe. No thanks. Has he got a pinned comment with him? No. Just forget to add that bit in, right? Has he got a side chat? No side chat, so no links there. So I'm not too sure where he's got the image from, and of course we ain't going to be able to analyze it. Alright, so he's zoomed in here, which is what we wanted to look at. You can see now, if it's the same one, it's looking less like a pyramid than it does look like a pile of rocks.
Do on Earth.
So we want to get that image really. So there's no blocks there, right? It just looks like something you'd see in what do you call it? Mojave Desert, something like that, you know, in Four Corners, Arizona. Just a pile of rocks with very sharp corners on them, but certainly doesn't look like a pyramid there.
For obvious reasons, more than likely much older, more than likely definitely there. The one on Mars.
There we go. He's got a closer image
much more
now.
Weathered.
Okay, so now you can start to see it's actually stones. You can see the round corners on it. It's out of focus though. That's not in focus. Oh, he's mucking around with it. You can see it's like a load of pebbles, not blocks, as it did from the long perspective because of the compression. Just looks like a normal mountain you'd see on Earth. Let's see, Arizona. Flat mountain rock. I don't know. I suppose Shelley would know. So let's see what we got here. It kind of looks very similar, doesn't it? Here we go. Here we go, something really simple. It's got the same sort of coloration, same pile of rocks, same sort of edge into it straight away. Another one there, it's got a strange little peaky thing on it. Is that a road that someone built on it? I'm not sure if that bit sticking out has been made by man or not. So look at these ones here. This Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or Western. It looks very similar, doesn't it? And there's no life that built those. No aliens built those. Just absolutely ridiculous. There's one there. Where's that? Tabletop Mountains. Oh yeah, that's definitely got to be a secret pyramid, that one, isn't it? Eh? So I could talk crap all day long on this sort of rubbish. Look at those ones. Oh, they look like old castles from a distance. You know, just absolutely rubbish. Same thing again, looks very similar to what's in the picture. certainly interesting and lovely. Be interesting to paint some of it, you know. Look at that crazy design. Who would have thought Mother Earth could do something amazing like that, right? Petrified forests, huh? Painted desert. Is that someone's paintings, is it? Of the actual mountains. Anyway. That's pretty cool. Look at that big hole. Look at that one. Crazy colour schemes going on there. Yeah, I think I've proven my point there. Just close that down. What else we got here? MrMBB. What's that last one here? Butterflies. Get rid of that one. That one. Okay. Come to that guy eventually. How are we going for time? So yeah, just absolute garbage, isn't it?
Orange haze, at least 3, maybe 4, going off in the distance.
Okay, so let's have a quick look at his other ones while we're here. I keep debunking this guy. No one listens. He puts up planes as well. He puts up a lot of plane stuff. And dark clouds that look like other ships. Here we go. What's that one there saying? World as you've never seen it before. Ice ship. Look at that in Antarctica. 50-foot ship. Okay, let's have a look at that one. MrMBB.
Large complex of some sort. This is what looks like just a random iceberg, right? But there's things that are on this iceberg that don't look necessarily random. Like this area here looks like it's built with purpose. You see what I mean? That looks like an entryway. Also this area here, if you look real close, which I'm going to show you an enhanced version of this area, there looks to be a couple of entryways. There's symmetrical features
garbage, isn't it?
entryway as well. That looks like the entryway. This looks
So
like an
where's
entrance,
this ship
and that looks
then?
like an
50-foot
entrance
ship.
to
Where's
something.
that?
Who knows? It may lead to something underground. Right there.
Oh, here we go.
Now, if you go into 3D and look at it straight down,
Ah,
looks like a
3D, which
torpedo
is
sitting
only
there.
approximation,
Maybe
right?
a small submarine. We're going to measure it real quick. Check this out.
Well, it could be an iceberg.
That's 51 feet long. So it's not just some little random piece of ice. That's actually pretty good size. That's as big as a 5-story building right there. Doesn't look like it, does it? It's like a large bowling pin, a torpedo at 50 feet long.
And of course, his color enhancements don't do anything because it's mostly white anyway.
It could very well be a small submarine of some sort. Don't know. Again, found that very interesting ideas that looks like a ship, the ice ship.
Okay, does it look like a ship or does it look like one of these lakes again? Looks like a rugged mountain and it's got some shadow. Looks like a sheet of frozen water to me. What do you reckon? Eh? You're saying that looks like a ship.
Ship, whatever you want to call it. That's what it looks like, a 400-foot yacht just sitting there off.
A yacht, guys, not a piece of chunk of ice lake. And you can see it's going down into... And there's a mountain ridge here. And you can see these is another thick layer of ice here, part of the mountain ridge here, which is same as the chimney thing. GUFON put that one up too, by the way. He said, oh yeah, it does look like a ship.
Coast of Antarctica, right in this area here, just beneath New Zealand and Antarctica. Right in that
Oh
area
yeah, it's got to be a
100
ship then.
miles
It's under
off
New
the
Zealand.
shore. Here's a new slideshow I put together, just a couple of minutes long. New photos sent in from all around the world.
Hey, we don't want to look at that garbage. How many views did he get on that one? 83,000 views almost on that nonsense there, guys. And that was only a week ago. So what else we got? Red Zone of Arizona. Oh, what do we got here? Man captures rare of a rocket launch. Yeah, what's that there then? Yeah, that's a bird, obviously. While hiking in Japan.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, can we move it on a bit? Yes, there's a rocket launch. We don't really want to hear it. Well, yep, it's definitely a rocket launch, so what are we meant to be fascinated about it? Didn't get too many views on that one because it's not really conspiracy type, is it? What else we got? Something strange going on. A cloud. What else we got? He's got some dinosaurs there. What are people seeing around the world? Plane contrails? Let's have a quick look at that one. Oh, okay, JD. Thanks for joining this. Yeah, I thought you wouldn't last long. You can always watch it later. Oh yeah, so strange shaped clouds. Okay. So you just put a clickbait heading on it here. And he's got 45,000 views there, just on various clouds. Which he probably didn't film himself, he's probably taken it from other people. Had some scary music in it. Boom, 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 boom. Scary. Oh, here we go. Mothership triangle. I can see a triangle. Oh, here we go. Another mothership. When it's just mucking around with the colours, you know, a bit like that there. You know, you got the bright light either side. That's just rubbish. What else we got? I think we'll move on. 418,000 members this guy's got. Just crazy, isn't it? Wonder how much money he's making on. Let's just find out, shall we? Let's see how much money this guy's making. Social Blade. Alien Edit. Alien Edit's doing really well, working with the frauds. I think he might be slowing down now, is he? Oh no. Still making 10 subs a day, guys. Well, I don't hardly make any subs. Oh, look, 110. So what did he do that day? Did he blow smoke up someone's bum, like the third phase of the moon? So we want MrMBB. There we go. 141 million, almost 142 million views. Put 4 ads in that. That's almost a billion views, isn't it? 800 for that 16. I mean, 560 million views. Divided by half. 56,000. Does that work out right? 56,000 for ad money. Oh no, that can't be right. 560,000 ad money. Yeah. So if you chop off 1,000, He's made 142,000 there. Multiply it by 4 ads. It's $560,000 this guy's made since 2000, end of 2000. That's 2009. So that's 10 years, is it? Let's see, 20, 10, 11 years. So 50. So he's making fairly good money. That's just for ad money. So he's probably made other money through donations and things. That's more than likely what he's gone. Normally I would halve it just to be fair on ad blocker. But the way I'm seeing my stats going, it's going to be be a lot better than that. Especially back then in 2008, the ad money was a lot better. So $256,000 he's made, divided by 11 years is not bad money. I'm talking about American money here, $51,000 a year. But you could guarantee it doesn't work out evenly over the years like that. So it probably started off really, really slow. And the last 4 years is probably closer to where he's made most of the money. 3 or 4 years, he's probably made most of it, probably. 140,000 a year living. That's why he does it. And you can see the motive why these people do it. You reckon I should put out a couple of fake UFO videos? I couldn't do it because it's against my belief system. To earn money, you got to do it the hard way. And look who showed up. Oh, Robert. Oh, you missed all the GUFON stuff. You missed out on the butterfly video footage that you did, that I analysed, and we could determine it as definitely butterflies. GUFON even had a YouTube lady saying he's stalking her. Oh yes, I actually posted a comment to Lions Crowd about that, so let's see what he does with it. Midweek or time. Well, we haven't seen you on Discord all week there, Shelley, have we? I don't know what's been happening to you. What's that about, a joke? Oh, right, yeah, you put a joke on his video, didn't you? Start pulling in the money. That would be good, mate. But that's what GUFON said. He's been saying it for pretty much every week now, that if he can get up to 500 US a week donations, he won't need to work and he better do it full time. That's his goal. Hey, it's good if he can get it. I'm not sure what he's living off. I'm not sure how the welfare system works in America. But I thought you had to work into a superannuation and you get paid out of it. You got to sort of, if you reach a target, then you can have early retirement, can't you, in America through the super insurance scheme. So yeah, okay, MrMBB. I know there's some good airplane ones he put up. Clearly airplanes, but I just can't see it right now. So I was going to debunk it. Levitating. What's this one? Here we go. Sky Serpent. Let's have a quick look at this one and then we'll wrap them up. Here comes the Sky Serpent, guys.
And you can see there's a steady pulse, a vibration that is just almost non-stop. Sometimes it's a little bigger than others.
Okay, he's talking about meteorite showers. We know at the moment there's meteorite showers happening. They happen same time every month, every year. Oh, yeah, so here's the Sky Serpent. Let's see what we can see.
A little bit of commentary with the video from Phil.
So far, it looks like a blurred glider to me.
I'm going to zoom in and slow down.
Believe that?
Said he didn't believe that. That is rare. That was loud.
Can't keep camera still, that's for sure.
Fleet phone.
Now I'm going to zoom in.
So are we, mate. It's blur so far.
And you're going to even see a light flash on the top of this aircraft. This is a B2. Watch right here. See that light flash? I'm going to go back and you can see a
It's
light
a B2.
actually flash
It does
on the
too. It
top
looks like a
left-hand
B2.
side of this craft. See it right there? Right there. I've never seen one up that close. Saw pictures the other day sent in from Columbia, Missouri. Never seen one like
So
this.
what's that got to do with Sky Serpent then?
Going through the skies. And this was spotted above the United Kingdom by Phil.
There you go. That just proves that they fly those black triangles over UK. A B2. That's the bomber, isn't it? The B2 ones. B2. I'll probably have to put jet. Oh, there you go. Is it that one? Is it that one he was looking at?
Of this aircraft.
Bit hard to tell because we're looking at the end of it here. Damn, where's the thing I had? At the very end. I suppose it could be. We'll probably never get a shot from behind. So it must be a B2, I'd say. And so where's the Sky Serpent business?
Particular colors that were in the sky in the seen it look that color. Sahara dust out of the sky. Dale, Arizona, big. British Columbia looked up and noticed this.
Was that just
Oh, it's still
clickbait?
activated.
Was that just clickbait to get people to click and see it's a plane?
Oh, at least from my location, was at 3 and 3.
So where's the Sky Serpent, mate? We didn't see it. Ultimate aircraft, yeah. Alright, here we go. So let's see if we can see a Sky Serpent.
I mean, it literally looks like a serpent in the sky. This is the second time we've seen this now in a couple of weeks.
Looks like
I
a
wanted
cloud
share
to
it with
me.
you guys. This was from back on the 24th. And there's yet another example. Look at that. Just moving through the sky like a large serpent. Unreal. And it looks very similar to what was spotted up in Canada back a couple of weeks ago.
Do you see what he's saying? I don't see any serpent there.
Great observation by Jenny out of the United Kingdom. Here
These people's brains must be wired differently to mine.
it is, slightly enhanced, like I did the other video from
Is he trying to say that there, a gap in the clouds, is a
up in
serpent?
Canada. Look at that. Looks like a big snake moving through the sky. Got designs on the skin and everything. Look at that. Unreal. Looks like a diamondback. Look
It looks
at that.
like one of those. It looks like a plane contrail that's gone round and round and round.
Very, very cool. Great observation.
What ridiculousness is that? You know, Sky Serpent.
This was from back on the 24th. And there's yet another example. Look at that. Just moving through the sky like a large serpent. Unreal.
And how many views did he get on that one? 42,000 views for that garbage. Alright, let's move on. Alright, now we got third phase on the moon. Alright, let's have a look at this one. Now this one here, you'll see that they colorize it, which makes it makes you see what they want you to see in it. So let's see if we got some coordinates to it. I don't know if they have. Because they start to load your mind straight away by colorizing it to show what they want you to see. Original structure. Okay, let's have a look. What's that one? Arizona education. Looks like it's going to be a big image. Okay, while that's coming down, we'll play the video.
Third Phase Moon Blake Cousins. It's August 17th, 2020. We're doing the live premiere. We're going over.
See what I mean? Straight away they've colorized it to try and embed it into your mind what we're looking at. As you know, optical illusions do happen.
Some incredible archive footage that has been submitted to us over the years right here at Third Phase. It's going to blow you away. We're going to go to Mars, and then we're going to go to the moon, and then
Okay, that looks like one of those little titty things that you get inside craters, right?
our own sun are extraterrestrials inhabiting the whole solar
Yeah, so that looks like a comet or a meteorite passing the sun there.
system before our eyes. We're going to start it off. If you could believe this is Mars and not some ancient civilization here on Earth uncovered. Let's go to Mars.
Oh, that horrible music.
I can't deny the straight lines and what seems to be a spherical feature in the middle.
Is it straight lines or is it just stitching errors? So we need to bring up the original image here. Where's it gone? I got too many tabs again. No, it wasn't that one. That's about camera stuff that I want to bring up. Where's it disappeared to? Oh, there. No, it wasn't that one. I was loading it. Where's it disappeared to? Not that one. Not that one. Oh, here we go. That should be at the back. So this is the famous image. Is that all we got of it? Looks like a little strip of photograph, yeah. Okay, so we can see the clues of the rest of the picture now. How do I move over? Along. But where is this object then? No, we're off the edge now. That's a fairly big image, isn't it? Okay, so we've got missing data there. So that almost looks like straight edges, right? You'd say that was a pyramid, couldn't you? Hey, you missed the pyramid, guys. Why don't you have that on your channel? Yeah, so where's the one they're looking at, though? So I can't scroll around. Look, I can. Oh, here we go. It must be here, is it? So, there we go. So it's vertical. So they've rotated it around. Just, let's go up that way. I think that's it there. Yes. As soon as I scroll in, it moves it out of the way. Pretty sure that's it. That moves it down. Ah, damn. Where did I get it then? Damn it. I had it then. There we go. Okay, we can't rotate it around on the heads. But does it look like straight lines? And what are we looking at exactly? Certainly looks like a crevice in the terrain. Volcanic activity, maybe? Is there any stitching errors there, though? It doesn't look like straight lines there too much, does it? So the key thing here is that moving across, or is that just optical illusion? They're trying to claim it's some built, something square built into the crevasse there, but that wouldn't make sense, because why would you build? You wouldn't build that in a fault line, would you? So the way I'm looking at that, because we haven't got it in 3D, as to me looks like a line that might be going down the inside of the mountain there. So if I can zoom out a bit and get my mouse back, see that line there only looks like it's going across. I think it's actually on the back side of this crevasse here, going downwards on an angle, and that white patch, which they said was a sphere, that's if that's like a little edgeway, like here on the edge here. If that's the edge going down, it's very similar to that one there going inside, going downwards, and that looks like this is part of this side of the edge of the thing, a bit like over here, sticking out. That looks like it's part of a bit of the rock on this side of the thing. It's not actually over top of it, and that's just going down inside on an angle. That's my feeling on it. We can't sort of rotate it around a bit better. We probably could grab it. But the key here is to look at the other areas on the map. You can see here, this bit here. I'll just save that. That bit there looks like it's going upwards at 90 degrees, right? It looks like it's coming up this way. But is it? And that looks like it's sinking in, but is it? Or is that just something that's on the back wall going downwards on an angle, bit like probably somewhere else in the map, probably. Let's see if we can find somewhere else in the map. Very dark up here. So it's definitely going on a slope on these ones here. And that leads up to it, right? And you look down here, you see here's the thing that's going down this way too. It looks like it's connecting to the other side. But it's just a contrast of different rock colours. Here's the edge coming this way, and that's actually going down And there's a down bit there as well. And then it goes too dark. And that looks like this is part of this side here. I think it's just absolutely nonsense. People want to see what they want to see in diagrams like that. Okay. And you can see how they colorized it is to mislead you, right? Just really annoys me. Hey, Plex. What are you saying? Got you on the other screen. Pareidolia. Yep. Pareidolia. Using colors to implement the image even more conniving. Don't give him ideas. Alright, so now we can rotate it around. Image rotate. And then you can scale it up like they've got. Alright, so now we can look at it a wee bit better. So to me now this looks like a piece of rock coming this way, doesn't it? And that's definitely got to be like a groovy bit going this way that's sort of going down on a slope inside the crevice that way. And that's certainly not square there. So it looks like it's going down, not connecting over the ridge. That's sort of misleading. Tricky dickies, isn't they? It looks like a ridge here, right? And that's got a ridge going down inside. Whoop. It's got another ridge coming down into the side of the thing here. This is all part of this here. Part of the same chunk of rock. It's not a sphere inside a sphere or whatever they were saying it was. This is all part of this chunk sticking out the side here. And that to me looks like there's something else happening inside there. Looks like there's another bit coming down here, going that way. Wee bit. Then it's got a wee bit of a stuff going on there. Starting to look less like a building now, isn't it? And then you got the slope coming in this way here, up to some stuff there that's happening, which ain't a square line at all. It looks like a squiggly thing coming up this way, going that way, coming down this way a bit. Then it's squiggly bits going up and down that way. Then when you start looking at that, you're not seeing square building anymore, are you? It's all to do with perspective. Oh, went too far. But what they've done is that they've tried to attach that going downwards, being connected as a wall going down this way when there's clearly not. So let's see if we can enhance it. So this is the stuff from Third Phase on the Moon, DreamTeam, I guess. Let's see if we can see this wall going down here. If my CPU will play ball. Damn thing, it's not going to play ball. What's interesting here, we can see what looks like some color apparition happening here, which is going right against that wall there. But you can see there, it doesn't look like a wall now, though, does it? So if we do that one, it kind of looks like, it's like I said, it looks like it's going down inside the crater. And it's not actually a nice, smooth, straight line wall there at all. And there's no edge to it here. And you can see this is part of this side. Tricky dickies, I reckon. Anyway, get rid of it. Waste enough time on that one too. So what are they saying about it?
It definitely suggests some type of man-made or, you know, not non-geological structure, that's for certain. And I mean, at first glance, it looks like a subterranean base or something. It looks like a tunnel system that's been partially exposed. Maybe the weathering in the area has collected debris on top of it and has been somehow removed, or maybe it's being excavated. Who knows? But it's such a precarious structure that it definitely doesn't look like natural geologic formations. And so I really, I'm just
100% it is
intrigued,
actually.
and
So who's the expert telling them that on there? Shared by William Brent. Is that the guy? Whoever that is. So what's these idiots saying about it down in the comments?
I wish I could see him come into the public hands.
Will break. We're doing it live. Normal at all. What could it be? Well, that's the big question. We have moon anomalies captured by NASA themselves, but this is coming in from an amateur, a person that's just looking at the moon themselves. And I think
Okay, so we're looking at a crater on a crappy telescope in the backyard, right? And we're seeing like a chunk of rock in the middle there, right?
this is where full disclosure.
We all know how craters go. And we just pin that one. Moon crater. Okay, they always got a bit in the middle, just like a water droplet. Alright. They all got rocks in the middle. Some have 2 rocks or 3 rocks in the middle. Another angle. 3 rocks, a blob in the middle. Because it was like superheated when the impact happened and the middle bit cools off. Whether we got a new high res of that picture, I don't know. Those rocks got flattened out. But yeah. No, it's got to be a moon base, guys. 100% moon base. What am I thinking?
Closure will break what's going down via the big cover-up. The secret space program is real, and here is the photographic evidence shared right here at Third Phase of Moon. And we got to thank William Bennett with his incredible photographs. And what we're looking at, I'm not exactly sure, but I got Brent Cousins with us, and he's scratching his head. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, we got Ken in the room too.
Yeah,
haven't we?
Blake, check these out. These high-res photos, and we're
Hey,
zooming up
Ken,
on
how's it going?
this dome inside a crater.
Welcome to the
I've seen
300th
these
live
before, but
stream.
nothing like this, Blake. When we get in close, it's such a great photo, and the high res gives us the opportunity to look at that dome. Look at the orange tint, the patina to this thing, and it looks like it's being
You're a
held
right
up some
tit,
sort of
Blake, or was it
platform.
Brent?
Do you notice that, Blake? I do like what we're looking at. This is,
Oh, I like
I would have to say, the
tits,
best photo of any evidence of anything that could portray a secret space program on the moon, Blake.
With
isn't it
videos
just
coming
utter
in
crap,
on a
isn't it,
daily basis
guys?
from the moon, I have to say there's these standouts, these anomalies that just pass over the surface of the moon. But then the crater below, you could see this maybe substation developing on the surface, just within the crater.
What
I don't know if there's some
utter
kind of
crap.
correlation.
Utter crap. What else we got?
This is some kind of, basically a man on the set, or some kind of
Okay, so
Maybe
that was Street Cat 1,
extraterrestrial
wasn't
being
it, doing
visited
that? Right.
them on the surface of the moon.
That was debunked because there was actually 2 men on the moon. One was filming, the other one was doing work. Oh yeah, it's definitely alien.
If you could imagine that what we're looking at with William Bennett's photos,
Actually, they were saying it was like a photographer or something, you know, from a studio set faking the moon
is that
landing.
there might be some kind of alien civilization that visits in a small outfit. Basically, what he captured and has been sharing to us as of recently. NASA, Earth, and our own Soho imagery of weird ships around the sun and astronomers
Weird
like
ships,
yourselves
guys.
filming the moon. If you film
Around the sun. Oh, what is that suddenly loud all of a sudden? Okay, so obviously you're going to get comets and meteorites past the sun. And you're also going to get gamma radiation, and you also got that bit of lint in the camera that gets in the way. And then you're going to get, what do you call it, oversaturation, bleeding, which causes smearing. So what else is this garbage that these guys put up? We just have to go over it. So that was, which one was that one? So who are they promoting? Oh, that crazy one. What's her name? Laura Eisenhower. She's got to be flat out crazy, that one. So we just looked at that one there. And here they are working with a documentary on Dr. Greer. No, they couldn't be frauds if they're working with Dr. Greer. That just nails it in the ass for me. That they're totally frauds if they're working with Dr. Greer to make another documentary. He just talks a lot of garbage anyway and puts up a lot of fake stuff. I debunked his stuff already on that last movie.
Phase.
The hopes are that you will have realizations and epiphanies to give you that download, give you that wisdom that you need. My certifications and degrees are in science and also wilderness expedition leadership. I learned everything from nature, spent years in the wilderness and all sorts of climates.
So just playing someone else's video here, just repackaged it. Haven't got many views on it. 5 hours ago. Okay.
What took place during the Second World War, the establishment is a replica of the Earth.
So what crazy stuff is she trying to say to us?
I said you have to make a choice right now between going with them. They're going to control you. This is, kind of what's going on, or you can stay on Earth. And I said, well, of course I'm going to stay on Earth. I plunged down into the ocean. I could feel the cold of the ocean, and I saw the ship begin to disappear. And I was like, well, I got to bring my partner back down. They're like, no, he's not going to come with you. And I was like, well, did I make the right choice? I need him. We've got to create sacred union on the planet, because that was like my obsession as a kid, like sacred union, alchemical marriage. And all these things connected to hierogamic union that the ancient cultures used to understand, and how that impacts the earth grids and humanity. It's what keeps things healthy, because we're a part of this creation.
Just a lot of garble, really.
Because the thing is, when you're like the Cabal and you're working in alliance with other entities, you're able to kind of be strategic in where you put things, whereas when you're a human, you wake up, you can only really deal with what's coming at you.
Load of aliens working together. Just more fantasy stories, no proof or anything, right? Anyway, we're done with them. Looks like it. They haven't done much apart from garbage. So next bit I want to talk about science of the eye. Since I've been getting my cataracts, I've been noticing some vision issues to do with bright lights. And just got an example of what the bright lights look like to me somewhere here. And I just wonder why my eyes are doing the same as what you see on cameras. And so I looked into it and I thought I'd just bring it up. So when I look at a bright light, street light, it ends up looking like this, like a starburst. Bit more like that, but with more rays coming out of it. And I was just seeing, you can see here, these are the things you can get in your eye, and you can see the eye is based just like a lens in a camera. You can see here you can get missed on lines, so the focal point's not correct because the lens of the eye has imperfections and stuff, right? So you could even get halos around light, which is like interference, where you get light cancelling out, just like we talked about previously. So it's very similar to what you get on camera. So the light's really like that, and the glare, it spreads the light out, bounces around the lens more, and it spreads out, so it looks like it's a lot bigger, which is what Mick West has been going on about cameras, but the eye can do it as well. Unfortunately, they haven't told us what causes each of those in the eye, I don't think, but anyway. So it's called this astigmatic eye, where it sort of creates various beams of light and not focusing it all in one direction, because you got imperfections in the lens. Of course, when you get cataracts, you got the white of the eye growing over the lens, right? So on the edges, it's going to cause the lens to be deformed. Also, they have problems with that sort of thing after you get laser surgery. They're talking about here as well, that it can go wrong, but they're saying it's not possible to correct the lens problem with a laser, or this particular problem anyway. I think I just wanted that for the diagram. It wasn't particularly useful site, but the diagram was pretty good. So, astigmatism affects 2/3 of the adults to a miserable degree. miserable degree. And is insignificant in around, and is significant in around 1/5. Controlling ocular astigmatism, which is particularly arises from corneal, and it goes on and on. Particularly important early vision development. Failing to do so can produce meridical. There we goes, all these crazy words. And so on. So they've got different ones here called apparition. And it's got some little charts here too, which is very similar to what we get on camera artifacts, right? With the lenses. How it goes through the glass and bounces off multiple lenses inside the camera. So I thought it would be interesting to look at this and compare it to the camera, of course. Corrected lenses. So try to look for a decent piece of blurb on it. Why do I see starbursts around lights? So this is what I was looking for. And I'll just read it out to there probably.
Why do I see starbursts around lights at night? With winter approaching, more and more people are finding themselves driving or working after dark or in low light conditions. One common question that these conditions often prompt, especially around the holiday season when Christmas lights begin to become more common, is why do I see starbursts around lights at night? Causes of seeing starbursts around lights: many people see halos or starbursts around lights at night, and this can have a major impact on your ability to see in the dark. This can be especially problematic while driving, at the moment, particularly around the holiday season where light displays can become very distracting or disorienting while you're behind the wheel. In most cases, high-order aberrations, HOAS, are to blame for seeing halos or starbursts around light. These can be caused by any number of specific eye conditions, including, but not limited to dry eye cataracts, astigmatism, near/farsightedness.
So do we need to read it? If you're seeing halos of starbursts around lights of light, it begins to affect your ability to drive. So yeah, it does. I find it you sort of get night blindness as if they don't dip their headlights and stuff. So I hate driving at night now until I get my eye done. But what's also interesting, if you squint your eyes, you know, you can get lens. You can sort of see lens flare as well. Now I thought, why do I see lens flare? And I then realised that the eyelashes were coming down at the bright light that I'm seeing, and it causes a sort of a lens flare effect. So I'm not sure if you've seen that at all with your own eyes. Squint your eyes and then you see what looks like a lens flare. And you think, well, you're only meant to be able to get that in cameras. But no, you can get it in your eyes too. Starbursts, halos, glare. So, yeah, pretty scary. And did it have any more on this one here? We kind of looked at that one first, didn't we? It has some good charts here. Correcting. So, of course, that brings us to the Mick West thing, where he goes on about glare. But I just wanted to just quick look up some other stuff. My starbursts. See if we got some photographs that sort of represent it. Seeing starbursts. Right. Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, so here's some images. So this is what happens when I look at a car headlights or street lamp. I sort of see that at night time, a bit like that there, which is kind of, it looks like lens flare. But it looks more like that one there. Has little spikes going around it. So there's another good chart there. Halo ring. Halo linear. So that's sort of like starbursts. There's car headlights. So yeah, sort of makes you go a bit. Makes it really hard to see forward when you get the car headlights, and it sort of glares out like that. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up because we'll be talking about glare. So Mick West did a update video to talk about glare and flare because everybody was asking him about it because he wasn't too clear on the explanation. So I actually did look up some definitions of glare, how it works. So before he starts talking, so this is a little picture of a lens, if I can scale it down a wee bit more. If it'll go, I've got this popped down, nonsense happening. Let's see. Sometimes you just get a lot of garbage on a web page. Okay, so you can see here how the light comes in and it bounces around inside the glass edges and reflects on different angles. So what happens is the bright light here gets bounced around the glass lens itself. It reflects back on the edges and at the front of the edge there, and creates lens flare, as we know as well. Sends it off in the wrong directions instead of it focusing on a point, right? So what happens is you ending up with a with this triangle shape that gets bigger than the object that you're trying to film. So you end up with this bright white light that's hiding the object, which would be the mouse cursor there, from view, and you don't see it because all the light, because it's very bright, has bounced around and pretty much consumed the senses. So Mick West is trying to explain that, but that diagram there just does a good job, and I thought, oh yeah, I will just use that to try and explain it. So they call it vids+GLARE. Just read out a little bit of it here. Oh, damn it.
Veiling glare, flare, definition, the phenomenon in which light spreads over the film plane due to dispersion from optical elements or light reflections inside the camera or lens. Description, in addition to the normal image-forming light, light reflected from the lens, diaphragm blades, and body interior spreads on the image plane without forming an image. This occurrence is called veiling glare or flare. When caused by aberration they are called halide ions, and those which form images with reflections are called ghosts. It is difficult to identify these on a photograph. Light which reaches the film plane without contributing to the image formation of an optical system is generally called flare, and it is better to consider ghosting as a type of flare.
Alright, so I'm not sure if there's any more information on ghosting. You can see these technical people don't try and explain to you what causes it. Now, ghosting and camera artifact. Let's see what that comes up with. See, when I don't understand stuff, I start researching it and see if I can find out more myself. Ghosting flare. Because I want to know how it's made. So here's an example of the sun, but we're also getting the edges of the blade, you know, little points in the blade. So that will be like a 8-sided blade on that, so it makes a little star pattern. But yeah, is there any good examples here? Motion blur versus ghosting. Let's have a look at that one. Let's see what they mean by ghosting. All these terminologies they come up with. I guess it creates like a smudge, you know, a white smudge, right? So what are they saying here? Have we got any diagrams? As mentioned before, ghosting is caused when moving objects across and multiple images are combined into one image. Ghosting is an actual artifact created from the overall HDR processing. The most common example of ghosting is a bird flying through the scene and a bracketed sequence, and the shots taken consecutive. That almost sounds like rolling shutter. Therefore, the first shot of the bracketed sequence, the bird will be in position A, next shot. So, I suppose that's ghosting then, is it there? I don't know. Motion blur, I would have thought was motion blur. Other type of artifact is motion blur. Motion blur is not necessarily a factor of process, but rather than slow shutter speed on a camera, motion blur occurs when the shutter speed is slow and there is movement within a single frame, not necessarily across the frame. So a ghosting is across frames, and motion blur is like in a single frame. That's what they're saying, because it's moving so fast. It's in a single frame, so it's moving across the sensor. Well, a ghosting is where you get several frames overlapping of the object and it creates a ghosting image, I guess. So I suppose shame they can't show that in a graphic. I think a graphic explains a lot better. So motion blur is a single frame where it's moving so fast, and ghosting is where it moves across multiple frames. So that sort of sums that one up. So I'll just go to Mick West's flare thing first, and now we've talked about flares. Also, he brings up, I'll just copy and paste that on the side. What is glaring in camera? So it's nothing to do, in this case, to do with the sensor itself. It's actually all to do with the optics, the lens and the aperture. So that's that one. And this is where it occurs with the sensor. Now, Mick West makes reference to it as well, but when you get too much saturation of light on a photocell on a CCD camera, which is what he calls the old cameras now, because everything now is CMOS sensors, it creates these straight lines which you see on the Soho images. So when you get a bright dot that's moving across the sun or near the sun, it turns out to be a planet. It reflects a lot of the sunlight back at the CCD camera and the Soho space camera, that it causes bleeding, which stretches out these what you call like flares either side. Normally it's the other direction though with the planet. It's normally that way and looks like a flying saucer. So some technical thing about it here. And some pictures. Overflow drain to prevent blooming. So they're talking about how they tried to get around it by stopping the excess electrons going into the next photocell on a CCD camera, but that's what they got on the Soho cameras, or what they call them. What's it called? Stereo something rather. It's old technology, not CMOS technology. So yeah, you get different artifacts depending on the technology used. CMOS sensors don't suffer from this particular thing they called bleeding or saturation or blooming, but it does have another problem. It has these autofocus diodes in between the sensors, which can cause those cyan spheres to appear in photographs with little white dots in it. That's caused also by the technology, not actually in the photograph itself. So we've talked about those ones before. I was actually going to look at that butterfly one too, wasn't I? Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. I was going to look at old videos for this sort of stuff, so you can go over it again. Anyway, so Mick's going to bring that up, but it doesn't actually show you any information about it, right? So yeah, I've got some other stuff coming up about cameras. So first of all, we'll just play this one here a wee bit.
So in this video here, I've described the shape of this
oh
saucer-shaped thing
boy.
as being a glare, a
It
rotating
sounds like
glare.
a really posh
Now, I
person.
realize a lot of people
What's
have
your
just kind
job?
of misunderstood what I actually mean by glare. Some people think I mean a lens flare. Some people think I just mean the aura around the dark object. But no, I actually mean the dark object itself is in fact a glare. Now, this image is inverted, so what we're actually seeing is a bright light. So what is a glare? Well, a glare is this. This here is a glare. This thing over here is not a glare. This is a lens flare. This little thing that's moving around is a lens flare. This is a reflection.
Okay, so we talked about that. That's a reflection off the back of the lens itself, and it bounces back to the sensor again.
The glare is what we see around the light. And what we're seeing is a very, very bright light, and we're seeing the light kind of spilling out around it because it's just simply scattering a little bit in the lens and in the optical system and whatever it's going through the aperture, and it kind of spreads out a bit. This light is actually spreading out everywhere. My fingers here have the same light spreading out around them. Because they're not particularly bright, you don't see anything. But when you get a very, very bright light, the spreading in the optical system is just kind of becomes visible because the middle bit is very, very overexposed.
So I don't know if he's explaining it better than I did. But mine, at least you could see with the diagram how the light was bouncing off the edges of the lens and spreading out on the camera. So it's not actually how the torch looks like. That's what it's being recorded as, right?
Down, you just see the bright light around it. So people think that I'm referring to a flare. I'm not. I'm referring to a glare. There's other types of glare that people talk about, and they might get confused by those. Like the glare in photography that people talk about most is when people have some glasses, and you see these reflections coming off the glasses, and that's described as being glare, which it is. It's a perfectly valid term for that.
No,
people also talk about the glare coming off, say, a wet road from street lights, and you see like here's some water and here's like a light.
Like when you go fishing, you get the glare off the water and it's reflecting extra UV light into your eyeballs, which actually can cook your eyes. So that's why you got to wear fishing glasses when you go fishing. And I suppose Rob has his own fishing glasses, and of course if you get those yellow eagle eye ones, you can actually see the fish into the water a fair distance as well, especially river trout or salmon if you go salmon fishing.
That's reflecting off the water surface, and what you're seeing on the water surface is, I guess you could describe that as glare, but it's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about very specifically is this area of light around a bright light that's larger than the light itself. See, you can't actually see the flashlight. Turn off the flashlight. This is how big it is. I move my hand behind it so you can see it, and then I turn it back on. The glare is actually bigger than the entire flashlight, so it's obscuring the whole thing. And I think that's also going...
Okay, so that's what he's saying on the gimbal video. So you're seeing the glare, the heat, and you're not actually seeing what actually the shape of the aircraft or whatever is behind it, UFO, or the tic-tac, whatever you want to call it.
Going on with the...
So when he's saying it's rotating here, he's saying it's actually the glare rotating, not the actual craft, but I still have my doubts about that. So we'll just carry on.
Gimbal video, you're getting this glare. It's bigger than the entire object, and it's covering up the whole object. And again, what we're seeing is a very, very bright light. Now, with the gimbal, it's infrared. And so we're not really seeing visible light, we're seeing infrared light and kind of medium to far. I'm not sure exactly what wavelength it is, but it's...
So what happened there? The horizon's still the same, but this thing rotated around, so... how's he explaining that part of it when it sort of looks like it sort of stopped and went vertical?
Essentially, it's the same thing, it's radiation.
And then it sort of pops back in there again, you see, and it just carries on. That could be that sort of de-rotation thing. I certainly didn't see the rest of it here move.
It's going through the optical system, and so it kind of spreads out a little bit as it goes through various things. Now, in the ATFLIR system, it's using mirrors more than it's using lenses. It still uses lenses. So the glare is kind of a different character. It doesn't...
See, now it's gone that direction.
Perhaps have all these strange spikes.
Looks like it's bending over again.
Spikes and everything to the same degree.
Now, it did a camera movement adjustment there, so that means something happened on the pod, right? But it's still vertical.
It does actually have spikes. You can see them up and down, left and right, but we'll get to that in a minute. What other types of glare do we have? There's another type of glare that's called veiling glare. Now, veiling glare happens when you have something like the sun shining on the camera, but it's off camera, off to the side, but you still get this kind of dimming, not dimming, a kind of a haziness around the image. You can't actually see the bright light, but
it's a lot worse for me, guys.
It's shining in the camera, it reflects and
because
bounces
I got
around.
floaters and cataract. It just blinds me almost.
And you see this veiling glare. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this glare. We're talking about this glare, the glare from a very, very bright light and the surrounding glare.
So he moves on a bit.
Cells. That's not which way the sensors were model of a plane, and I can turn them both on. And
so he's trying to say that's the jet engines
pointed at the camera. You can see that the shape is kind of longer this way because we've got these two lights sideways, and if I turn it through 90 degrees, you can see it kind of it just rotates as you would expect, so it's longer that way. But if I kind of move back a bit, then the shape of the glare isn't really defined so much by the shape of the orientation of the two engines. They're pretty close together, so at this point they're kind of almost like a point source. Now if I rotate it through 90 degrees, nothing really changes. In fact, you can't really tell that the glare is rotating at all. You're rotating the plane 90 degrees. I'm going to do it all the way around, so it's upside down now. And through 90 degrees, just going to show you here like it is actually rotated 90 degrees. But it's pretty much the same shape this way as it is this way, which is like horizontal. So even though we've got this configuration of two engines, the glare is so much bigger than the engines and the plane itself. You can't really tell if the plane is rotating or not. You would be able to tell if the glare was rotating because you would see all these things here.
So that's pretty much it on glare.
When I talk about glare, it's not rotating, but it's just the camera rotating. So to sum it up, what I'm talking about here.
So you're saying this whole thing rotating around is because of the glare and not the de-rotator, but internal workings of the FLIR camera itself. So, yeah, I don't know. If you look at that gimbal video over and over again, it certainly did look like it was rotating as well as the flare was rotating, so I don't know. To me, it's a wee bit confusing, the video.
Medium to far.
Okay, so you can see it looks like something's happening here with the camera motion.
I'm not sure.
And that thing started rotating.
Exactly what wavelength it is. But it's
and then it jolted, so talks about the pod doing a 0 degrees readjustment or something, because it gets to the edge and it can't rotate anymore, so it has to readjust itself.
Essentially it's the same thing.
And then it's back to normal
radiation.
again.
It's going through the optical system, and so it kind of spreads out a little bit as it goes for various things. Now, in the FLIR system, it's using mirrors more than it's using lenses.
Okay, so is the camera now moving because it's starting to change direction?
It uses lenses. So there
we go. So the horizon did jump there a wee bit. What's that beep noise? Alright, Windows just trying to install updates, would you believe? And I got it crippled, so it keeps complaining it can't install them, which is what we want.
Glare is kind of a different character.
There we go. It's rotating again, but you can see the horizon looks like it's trying to change.
All these strange spikes
so
and
the
everything.
de-rotator, there it goes, it sort of jumped. So it must be that sort of what he keeps talking about, where the pod gets to a point where it's got to swing around 180 or whatever it is. So yeah, I can see Mick is still correct, you know. The object could be rotating around in the other direction, you wouldn't even know it, like he's saying, because of the glare. It's all hidden behind it. So we can actually see what the pilots were seeing with their own eyes, unless they were looking at the screen here the whole time, which I doubt. How does a pilot see it? Did they see it like we're seeing here? Did they see the object in front of them over here, and they'd sort of got this in the corner at the same time? Is that how it works in a fighter jet helmet? Like a head-up display? So all that needs to be explained properly, I think, before people sort of jump the gun and say, yeah, sort of, it's going to be a UFO, or it could be something else. So Mick West, right, you know, for the time being, you could say it's a plane that they're seeing, but you don't know because of the glare. And those little spikes, you know, that's to say whether it's engine heat we're looking at. It could be still a skin of a ship, couldn't it? It still could be the whole object itself, and it's not actually rotating. The flare's rotating because it's very reflective. So does that mean what the pilots were describing was wrong, or the pilots were saying about the video was wrong? More than likely. It's very confusing, I know, but still. Sort of one of those cases where it's going to be continuously debated. Anyway, I'll just post a link to Mick's video here so you can have a watch of it again if you want to. But I think he's done a good demonstration there of the glare, but not really explained it, you know, frame by frame in the video. If he explained the video, the rotation, how the pod was working. So if you had a picture of the pod and you saw the lens, how it was rotating around with the image, I think that would be like the ultimate debunk, but he hasn't done that far as I understand. And if you had like the front of the pod as it rotates around to track the image targeting system. So Mick West talks glare, not flares. Time being, it's unidentified, unless you want to make the opinion of a man who has experiences with that system. Yeah, but he's going to talk about what that man is. Are you talking about the Nimitz one, or are you talking about the second one? Is Susan about yet? I haven't seen Susan. She must be still in bed, is she? What's the time in America at the moment? Let's have a look. That wasn't the one. Let's see. It was meant to be that one. So what's it in Texas at the moment? 9 o'clock in the morning. I thought she might be up by now. I haven't seen her around lately because I've been sleeping in late too. So Mick West has to defend himself from a second attack. The sound crackling. Let me just check. Hello. Hello. It's a strange little click, isn't it? Hello. I'll reset it just in case. I thought I got rid of that problem. It looks like... Hello. Is that better? That sounds better. How long has it been corrupting since I've been playing Mick West's video? Don't tell me that. How long has it been crackling? Not long. Yeah, if you want to get my attention, just do, instead of type my name there, Charles, just put at the out there channel, and it'll put it in big red, orange. which looks like they've changed it to yellow now, have they? If you just try it now yourself, type at and then type TH and just say hi, and it'll pop up on the screen so you know what to do. The at symbol is what we call tagging people. I'll just reload that one. Yeah, let me know if the audio corrupts are going anyway. Yeah, you just type in at the, and then it gives you a list of people it's on. And me, it should say, put it in orange like that. So down here it's up here it's yellow because I posted the comment, but if I tag myself, as you can see, it comes up orange. So that sort of stands out. So you say sound is down, just post a couple of messages, sound is crap, to reset the mixer, and then I'll see it quite easily. It's a shame they haven't got a beep command. I've put a request in if they could do like a apostrophe beep, and then put the name of the person, right, at, then it'll send a beep to me. Be like a function that the moderators can have, or maybe you can assign it to people, whatever. Whether they make it better, I don't know. Okay, let's look at this one here. Did the Fleur 1 UFO actually make a sudden move? So this is the 2004 video where he's been attacked on. And the claims they made against him are actually incorrect. And he's actually correct again. So let's just go over it.
It's this video by Jeremy Corbell, and he's interviewing Chad Underwood, the man who filmed the Tic Tac UFOs, supposedly. And it has a number of interesting things, but what I want to focus on is what pertains to my video, No Sudden Moves, which is about the Fleur video and trying to demonstrate whether the object actually moves or not. And I show...
It kind of looks like he's woken just up there then, doesn't he? He looks a kind of bit exhausted.
Various points at which the camera loses lock at the same time he switches between one camera and another. And I thought that demonstrated fairly clearly that it was in fact losing lock, but it seems like obviously people disagree with me, and Chad Underwood disagrees with me. Or does he? I think what Jeremy actually asks him isn't actually, have a look at Mick's video and see if you agree with it or not. He doesn't even mention anything about it, and he kind of asks kind of misleading questions, I must say. So I'm gonna just kind of go through it. This is like the second time
Charles,
I've watched it.
use the at, the out there,
up
not
at
my
the
name.
interesting point around the no sudden moves type discussion, and we will I'll kind of live comment on what actually happens. Let's see.
Debunkers say when you're filming, it only appears to move left, but in fact it was you banking your craft. Aircraft was straight.
Oh, righty. So Jeremy Corbell says debunkers say that it only appears to be moving because you are banking your craft. And this is not what we say. This is not what debunkers say. I don't know any debunkers say. And it's obvious he's not banking the craft because you can see the actual horizon indicator does not move. So he is asking him completely the wrong question. The real question he should be asking is, debunkers say the camera loses lock because you're switching between different cameras, narrow and wide field of view cameras, or between infrared and TV cameras, actually different cameras, physical cameras that are actually different, or different lenses or different light paths switched by mirrors. It doesn't matter, but they're actually switching something physically, and this causes the lock to be lost. That's the question he should be asking. Instead, he asks, did it lose lock because you are banking your plane? And of course, Mr. Underwood replies, no, of course not.
Straight and level at that point. If you look at the FLIR pod, there's no change in heading or altitude or airspeed. Our aircraft was straight and level the entire time. None of those things changed. I'm not maneuvering the aircraft in a manner in which, in those circumstances, would cause the FLIR to drop track. That did not.
So, he basically just said what I've said, like that he didn't bank the aircraft because no one's actually saying he's banking the aircraft, and this is just a red herring, a straw man invented by Jeremy Corbell so he can say, oh, debunkers say they're banking the aircraft. And no,
I don't think any of
debunkers
us
do
said
not say
they were
that.
banking
And
on
so,
that
of
one.
course, Underwood was quite correct in saying that there was no banking of the aircraft growing, and so there's no reason for that to cause the lock to be lost.
Not happen. I was at a very benign heading, airspeed, altitude, and bank angle that the FLIR will not drop that track.
Yeah, the FLIR is not going to drop the track from plane movements if the plane isn't actually moving and you're just flying along in level flight behind something and you don't change the camera that you are using.
And the aircraft zips off to the left and you see the two bars that were on either side of the Tic Tac, you'll see they'll try to like reacquire. When you see those two bars kind of widen, that means it's trying to like open up its eyes wider to find you again and then get back to an auto track. By that point, the Tic Tac is already way off the left side of my.
Okay, so this is fascinating because he talks about the bars widening and the Tic Tac going off to the side. And he says that by the time the bars are widened enough, the Tic Tac is too far away, and so it can't reacquire track. So that means, you know, it's lost track when it's widening these bars. And he only talks about this in the context of the very final bit of the video, at the end of the video, where it zips off to the left-hand side. But the thing is, it does this several times throughout the video. It actually loses track and reacquires track several times throughout the video. And it doesn't, I mean, almost like he doesn't seem aware of this. There's several points, and I go through them all in my No Sudden Moves video. Let's see if I can just demonstrate one real quick. Let's see here. Here's the FLIR video, and there's, you know, at the end, yes, it goes off to the side, and there's the bars widening, but it's already gone outside, so it zips off. But if you go back a bit in this video, oh, there it is, and we press play here, there's this swivel, which is the camera doing kind of a gimbal adjustment.
So you can see the plane's level here, right? It's not banking.
It's at 2 degrees here. They do these gimbal adjustments because they have to reconfigure things for going the other way. And so everything goes around. You see the image swivel around, and the thing comes out of the two bars. So now it's lost lock, but it's not.
So
lost
he's
lock.
talking about that swivel thing that you get on the pods. Like I was trying to explain there, you could see that there was some movement in the horizon, and then you could see a little sort of glitched as it's rotating around. So I think he needs to do like a side by side of what's actually happening with the optics on the pod itself to where the lens is and how it rotates around. And I think that would clear up a lot of things.
Lot because of any sudden movement of the target. The target didn't like swing around in a circle. You can see the entire sky swings around. You can see it's just a movement of the camera. It's lost lock because of the camera. And then what happens? The bars widen. The bars widen, and it reacquires lock. So in the middle of his sequence, his video that he filmed, he lost lock because of a camera movement, and the camera managed to reacquire lock. This happens several.
So I wonder if we can actually find F-18 a camera pod, did they call it? FLIR. Is there any videos of one where it's doing the crazy movements? We want to see it from the looking at it rather than looking through it. You know what I mean? Let's see what we got for images. So this is what we want to see. We want to see how this is reacting as we're watching the video. That's what I'm trying to say. So we want to see how this rotates around and why it does some crazy movements. So is there any videos that's showing us how that's happening? Because someone needs to make one up. If not, a good demonstration video. Break it right down. You'd think unidentified series would have done that, right? They're showing how the pod was actually looking and how the plane was banking. You could probably do that with good animations, right? And just do a frame by frame of the actual video, and that would put the whole thing to bed, right? So yeah. What's this one here? Is that a video? Watch tutorial. I don't know. Let's see what's there. Target and pod.
The FA-18C Hornet has just received. We'll see the words "not time" off of our nose.
You want to see the outside of it, mate.
Applies the camera on multiple targets. We can transfer to match the laser code set.
He's talking about how to do it inside.
Designate.
We want the outside.
You could also use this to search the center of a SAM site threat ring in an attempt to locate the launch site. Of course, the accuracy of this is quite limited.
Yeah, that's no good to us. What's that? We're not going to be able to find what we're after. Probably on the site that sells them, probably. What's that one there? You'd think you'd better find something. But it looks like it's not looking very good. What else would you say? Flare, maybe? See, I think Mick needs to do something like that. We looked at that one already. So if the plane banks and it gets, if the whole of it gets up to here, it somehow does a quick rotate around and then starts off again or something. Something strange happens. I want to know what happens here. It's like a little ball on the end with the camera on it. Anyway, I know Mick had a little image of rotating around. Might be like an animated gift or something, showing how it rotates around. Rotation. Let's see. You think I'll be able to find it, wouldn't you? But no. Not animated gift. Any gift. Guess what comes up? Yes, the gimbal footage. What's that one got? Hey, there we go. So what is that doing? It's not quite the same pod though, is it? So that's a bit confusing. You think we better find the one they had, which is like the little glob on the front. That one there. Let's see, what's that one going to do? Rotates, gimbal. So Mick West. So maybe he's got the animation here. Okay, so what are we looking at here? The light comes in. Bounces around the derotation thing. Looks like a complex bunch of mirrors. Oh, it goes all over the place. Goes off to several, splits it to several cameras. Targeting. And there's the FLIR one there. So you can see where it can go wrong, right? Why it looks like it's rotating when it's not. What's this one? Maybe this is all the stuff that we're looking for. He needs to make a video of it. Okay, so showing the rotating glare again. Damn. Oh, there's another one. Another targeting image of a bomb site, is it? And the glare and flare is rotating. But obviously the object on the ground is not rotating, is it? So the plane is rotating in the sky, I guess, or the missile is, or whatever it is. It's rotating around, but keeping the horizon locked. So the light looks like it's rotating inside the camera workings. So I can see what Mick is saying. So they've done a little analysis here, but oh, here we go. It's moving. That's what we're after. So this is where you get the jerky movement that we see in the video, but they need to somehow do an image of this with the side by side of the gimbal one, and then we'll better understand what it's doing. But I guess we'll just copy that link there because that kind of looks like it's got some handy stuff on it. Camera pod. So I thought more people may have joined us tonight, but yeah, it's alright, I guess. Camera pods. Americans should be getting up probably for work, probably. Probably closer to lunchtime they'll be awake again. So yeah, it's got a few diagrams here of the blueprints, is it? Derotation, wherever that bit in the middle is. And then the flare camera. I think they need to... Oh, look at that. Mirrors moving. That direction, those directions. So you can see why you get light artifacts occurring. We saw that one before. What's this one? So we'll look. Gyroscope.
This is a demonstration of a homemade gyroscope. If you'd like to see how I've made the problem of gimbal lock me. The problem is, it's impossible to measure whether that's linear or angular if I've just got an accelerometer. And so that's where gyroscopes come in. So let's spin up this gyroscope and do the same thing again.
Oh. So that's rotating, but you can't see it rotating. So what's that got to do with gimbal? Is that how the camera rotates around? Is that what they're saying? Going around a corner. Complicated stuff, huh? Anyway, better move on. So we just skipped this thing, the breakdown. I think he's covered a lot of the complaints here.
But he's very, very clearly wrong in this case. And if he's wrong about this, maybe...
Okay, so we'll just get to the end bit here.
Doesn't manage to reacquire it, the object just zips off to the left.
So you're telling me the Tic Tac UFO shot off to the left. The targeting pod lost track because it moved.
Yeah, the FLIR pod it's a weapon system. So it's made and designed and engineered for aggressive maneuvering and still be able to maintain stability on whatever it is that you've got acquired.
The Tic Tac shot off to your left.
Yeah, with instantaneous acceleration.
Okay, so it is basically bought into the idea that it shot off to the left with instantaneous acceleration, But his own video basically demonstrates that that is not the case, and is ignoring all the previous instances in his video where lock was lost and it actually moved a bit to the left. And these are all explained one by one in detail in my video. No sudden moves, which I'm going to append to this.
Well, the video does show a constant speed once you stabilize and iron out the 2 times zoom in. So what did he see after that? If the camera sees to a certain point, then did the pilot see then it zoom off real fast? Well, if that's the case, we didn't get it on the video. So is he lying, or is he just forgetting what's actually on the video to what he saw with his own eyes?
This video, so you can just watch it straight away. But yeah, and then he talks about a bunch of other stuff.
Hey, Susan's woken up.
Yeah, I got great respect for people who work in the military. They're experts at what they do, especially while they are doing it. But they're not immune to making mistakes. And when the evidence is right there on screen, and we can see things like it is losing lock, and then he says it didn't lose lock, he was wrong. You know, sure, he's an expert, but he's very, very clearly wrong in this case. And if he's wrong about this, maybe he's also wrong about, you know, I would have been able to see the exhaust plume in the video, or that you know, whatever else were the other things that he said. So, you know, I focus on video analysis. I can't speak to things like, you know, radar jamming and things like that. But looking at this video, he says he didn't lose lock. The evidence says otherwise, based on his criteria for it losing lock, which is the bars widening and then contracting to reacquire. So what's going to happen now is everyone's going to say, oh, Mick West was wrong. Like Chad Underwood has come out and said Mick West was wrong. But problem is, I don't think Chad even looked at my video. He didn't look at the No Sudden Moves video. He's just basically answering these questions by Jeremy. Like,
yeah, so he
Jeremy
plays the
says,
video
like,
at the
were you
end,
banking
so
your jet? Something I never suggested. It's Jeremy's the video. But I think it actually shows an ordinary seeming craft moving with constant velocity, making no sudden moves. To help demonstrate this, I made a version of the video overlaid with a time code and larger versions of relevant information from the display. I corrected the zoom indicator changes between 1 times and 2 times, so they happen on the actual frame of the zoom change and not a few frames later as they do in the original. I added indicators when there's some kind of lens change or a gimbal adjustment or other events that cause apparent motion. There's a link to this version of the video in the description below. The number at the top shows the heading of the camera in degrees relative to the front of the plane. This goes from 4 degrees right to 8 degrees left. The horizon indicator in the middle shows that the plane is not turning, so this means that the object has an apparent angular movement to the left. The indicator gets a bit squirrely around 0, probably due to gimbal lock issues, but if we take the 7 degrees of motion from the start of 1 degree left at 44:15 to the start of 8 degrees left at 1:12:27, that's 7 degrees in 29 seconds and 12 frames, or about 4.2 seconds per degree of leftward motion. So we've got this object moving left. The camera is tracking it so it stays in the middle of the screen. You can't see any background in the video, so there's no visual frame of reference for the motion, but it might look something like this if there were some clouds just behind it. To accurately get the speed here, I set the field of view in the 2 times narrow mode to 0.35 degrees, as found in the SCU report. So it takes about 4.2 times 0.35, or about 1.5 seconds to traverse a frame. What would happen if the camera stopped tracking the object? The object would then just keep moving left at the same angular rate, taking about 3/4 of a second to leave the narrow 2 times view, and that's exactly what we see. So why would it stop tracking? Well, the camera is tracking the object visually. We know this because every time there's a physical lens change or a camera change or a sudden rotation of the camera, we can see the lock being briefly lost. You see the bars expand as it tries to reacquire the target, then they contract around it when it's locked on. But while it's locking back on, or if it never locks back on, then the object will just continue its motion to the left, looking like it's suddenly changed speed when it's actually just the camera. So here's what happens in this video. At 0:40:29, there's a lens change from TV mode to IR mode. Lock is very briefly lost. The object goes to the left for a few fractions of a second, and then the camera catches up and the tracking continues. At 0:43:13, there's an interruption of the video. Lock is again briefly lost, a slight leftwards movement, and then we are locked back on again. At 0:49:06, the camera does a gimbal rotation adjustment to prepare for transiting 0 degrees. You can see that the entire scene rotates. Lock is lost.
So you can see how the pods
to left.
moving around with the image on that one.
On. At 0:55:20, there's a similar thing with a very tight circular movement.
So that's where the pod rotates around. So that's why you need like a side-by-side of what the pod's doing, so people can see, not just on this one, but the other one.
And a small movement to the left. At 1:11:28, there's a lens change from narrow to medium fields of view. Because this is the same camera, there's less blanking. So as we transfer between lenses, we see the object seem to shoot off to the bottom left. It then reappears in the center, but as we've lost tracking, it moves slightly to the left. The reticle expands, we lock back on and back to tracking. At 1:14:00, a similar thing happens going back to narrow, but with the change being more obscured. The object vanishes and reappears slightly to left to center. It's just outside the target reticle and we've lost lock. The reticle expands, but the object has already started to move left. The reticle expands again, but now the object is outside and moving left. So it never gets the lock back and the object drifts leftward. We're in at 1x zoom here, so it's not moving left that fast. But then, at 1:14:14, the pilot switches from 1x to 2x zoom, causing a sudden jump in the apparent position of the object. It then continues to drift off to the left twice as fast as before, at exactly the speed we calculated earlier. So all the apparent movements we see are consistent with the object simply moving in a straight line to the left. So this is perfectly consistent with something like a distant aircraft, just flying along quite normally, making no sudden movements. So if this interpretation is correct, what does it mean?
Yeah, I think Mick's correct there, guys. It definitely looks like it was moving at a constant speed to the left. And the lock was only lost when he was switching between different modes there. Because obviously it takes the same visual input to the laser targeting system. You can see the distortion that you get when you're switching between cameras. That's 2004. Hopefully the technology's got a bit better in 2015 and nowadays. But yeah, if you want to listen to that whole video, I'll give you a link to it and you can re-watch it again if you want to. Corbell loses again, I'm afraid. Oh, I posted it on the other side. I can see what I'm doing. Corbell vs Nick part 2, and again he's bombed off again. I think Mick won both those rounds again. But yeah, it's good to recap that stuff, the lens flare and all that, and glare. The more we look at this stuff and understand it, the more educated we'll be at looking at different things. So in my search I come across these other things. Disabling and destroying CTV cameras with IP cameras with a laser. I thought, oh jeez, if that gets out, there'll be a lot of home security cameras destroyed. Yeah, apparently you can shine a laser at a nighttime camera and blind it. So how does a laser attack apply to cameras? A laser creates a super bright and focused spot on the CCD camera sensor. Now I'm just wondering if that affects CMOS. Yeah, it talks about CMOS further on. This spot can be bright enough to blind the camera or strong enough to physically damage the CMOS and CD sensor, melting or overloading the circuitry. This is the type of image you will see when a laser is pointed at your camera. So there you go. 4 types of cameras does the laser pen attack work against? Doesn't matter, it'll work on all visible light imaging technologies. So it just makes me wonder if they've put a special filter in for each of the laser colors that can blind the camera. to protect the cameras now. I think this article is pretty old. Was us 7 years ago, so I wonder how many cameras got destroyed before they stuck filters in. I don't trust these IP cameras from China. They might not have any protection from this sort of attack. So it doesn't matter what camera. Is a laser pen attack the only vector against devices? No, another clever one is I've used this to success. A wearable infrared LED close, usually on a hat. So you can actually get these torches that just emit invisible light. We don't see it, but it emits infrared, which you use it for illuminating subjects outside, further distance away from the camera. Because you've seen the little LEDs that go around the outside of a security camera. They're actually emitting infrared light, which bounces off the subject, so you can illuminate them. Well, the same thing can be done with just simply wearing one of these illuminations on top of a hat, and it just makes your face a big glare, just like Mick was showing in the previous videos, and all you can see is a big glare of someone's face. So quick and nasty way to defeat cameras, but you'd have to put one on the side of the hat and behind the hats as you're turning around, of course, wouldn't you? Are cameras still vulnerable to it? Because cameras sense light. If you throw enough light at them, they won't be able to process the weaker reflected ambient light. Finally, how can I prevent those type of attacks against my cameras? You can't really, all part of the design of the cameras. The best thing to do would be identify the camera and install hidden cameras in the area so that no one can disable them. So use a decoy camera and actually have the real camera somewhere else so they don't see that they're recording. I'd say there probably is some sort of sensor where it overloads text and it puts a charge through a filter which makes it all black and then temporarily stops it happening. But still, that wouldn't be any good for security, would it? So obviously they're not perfect. So yeah, just post that on the side there too. Defeating IP cameras. 2 ways to do it. Lucky enough, my one's behind a tinted glass. And the outside lights trigger on and it films them in natural light opposed to infrared. So I think my one's protected that way, which is one solution that they didn't offer on that page. What's the next one? Just close that one down. What's the next topic? Digital camera image sensor technology guide. So in a camera you have your lenses, which we talked about, then the sensor at the back of the camera, and the sensor looks like these things, but that's probably a whole collection of them. Let me see if I can scale it down a bit. So that's on a wafer, I guess, of all these different sensors that they pop off into a chip. So what it talks about is they use a color filter called a Bayer. I'm not sure if anyone's heard about that, but it is one I'm going to talk about now. Each pixel on a sensor is made up of a layer starting with a on-chip microlenses, a color filter, Bayer, sensor aperture, and sensor area. And it's got a diagram here. So it's actually got a micro lens. Well, I didn't even know that. So this is at each pixel on that wafer. It's got a micro lens and it's got a color filter built into it. And it's got the actual photo cells here, which measure the charge series of ones and all that. And it kind of looks like this, the filter. You got to remember, this is all in 1 pixel. These ain't individual pixels. This is all in 1 pixel, and it's based on the design of the eye using the cones. That's why I've got Captain Delusion's video here, which we'll go over. Play a clip of it anyway. He put it out the same time as that I just finished looking up all this stuff. So it's coming in and it's processing it all on that microscopic level, which is kind of crazy. I know, it sounds crazy to have all that filter, but it has these Bayer filters, and I got some wikis on it here. A Bayer filter mosaic is a color filter array for arranging RGB color filters on a square grid of sensors. Particularly, arrangement of color filters is used in most single-chip digital camera image used in digital cameras, camcorders, scanners. So it's got various variations of it. I'm not too sure why. And this is where it all gets technical. Filter pattern is 50% green, 25% red, 25% blue. Hence, it's also called BGGR, RGBG. It's named after the inventor Bryce Bayer. Bayer, also known for his recursively defined matrix used in order different. So you measure each of the different wavelengths, just the same way the way the eye works, and we interpret it as colors by mixing the 3 different colors. Creates all the 32 million colors that we're used to. So it talks about showing you here, although it's not correct because we're talking about 1 pixel, remember? So it processes them for pixels, and then it does like a color correction where it fills in the missing information between the pixels, and you end up with the final picture. That's basically what they're saying there. Reconstructed image. So it's converting light into digital format, right? And then it's being broadcasted back as light going through LEDs on your LCD screen, and that's how it does it with the RGB in each of the little pixels. Each of them got different values set, and of course the final combination of all those merging together makes the color that we see on the screen. So goes into a lot of detail here. CMOS complementary metal oxide semiconductor sensors uses less power than CCD, which is why they've been taken over. Often allow quicker read speeds than CCD, which is another one. Allowing high speed continuous shooting and high speed full HD. So you don't do CDD anymore, it's old technology. And it's more power consumption. Sony CMOS sensors. So now they've got they're saying that uses this Bayer filter method to get the right color, and goes on a bit, as you can see. XR sensor no longer used. So what was all that about? So we don't need to know about that if I'm not using it anymore. Black and white sensor. So if you want to read all the technical specs here, but hopefully I've summed it up for you. How the sensor works on the digital camera wafer. And of course you got 4,000 of those across and 3,000 of those down. So yeah, and you got all that on each of those little pinpoints of pixels. Each of them has got all that circuitry behind the scenes. Nanotechnology. Well, you're talking about you're talking about amazing science, really. I don't know if all the scientists died in the world, I think we'd be screwed. How would you start making that? You know, the Chinese factories knock it all out. Who would take over? I think there's a few places in America that probably could make silicon chips again. If there was a war with China, I think Americans are going to have to step up fast, right? So, God forbid any world wars anyway, but you never know. So, what is a Bayer filter? So, I like to always sometimes look at technical stuff like that so we can understand how all this technology we use works, and it's based on the principle of the eye. Which I will now skip to Captain Delusion's video where he talks about the eye. Now know how the digital camera does it. We can now look at how the eye does it, and it sort of makes sense. So we'll just play a clip on Captain Delusion. Is that how you say it? Disillusion, not delusion. Oh yeah, so we'll just skim a bit.
Is sensitive to a small sliver of that spectrum, but
okay.
It's true. Electromagnetic energy exists all around you, and if we sort it by wavelength, your vision is sensitive to a small sliver of that spectrum, but the sliver isn't literally filled with the vibrant hues shown in diagrams, it's just the waves. And you don't sense all of them with one organ. The back of a typical human eye is peppered with 4 kinds of photoreceptors. One kind, the rods, is for seeing in low light and doesn't matter right now, but the other 3, the cones, specialize in being sensitive to long, medium, and short wavelengths of light.
RGB?
The sorts of wavelengths that tend to bounce off stuff that is all over Earth. How convenient! There is a lot of overlap between these 3 sensitivities. In fact, it's impossible to perceive the pure signal from just one type of cones. All visual information that gets to the brain is
So the 4th one would be brightness control, I guess, luminosity. Low light. So it detects low lights and somehow amps it up in our brain, I suppose. I don't know, or builds it up. A bit like a camera with long exposure.
a combination of at least 2. These combinations feel like different hues, spanning every frequency of the visible spectrum. That's a pretty dicey method for telling things apart if you think about it. I mean, when you see orange light, you might be looking at a single source emitting waves of that frequency, or you might be looking at multiple sources emitting multiple frequencies that combine to stimulate your cones in the exact same way. The eye can't tell the difference. You can even perceive a combination of opposite ends of the spectrum as a hue. Purple and magenta don't exist at any individual frequency, but are a mix of the longest and shortest visible waves. It's all a 3-dimensional blob of perception possibilities, or if you want to be fancy about it and use math, a spectrum locus plotted inside the cone excitation space. Or if you
so he gets really technical, this guy.
average out the dimension of brightness, a melty
There's a wee bit like on our drawing program that we use when we're selecting colours, remember? So we go up here. It mixes the RGB to what you want. So we want a yellow, we can just see it changing up here. See if I can get up there. See, as we move around, you can see how it mixes to brighter purples up there, lighter purples, blues, greens. So it's just mixing the RGB different ways, and you can select all your 32 million colors, all the different hues of it, oranges. So that's what he's saying there on that diagram. And of course then you can draw... why is it not working? Right. So that's that colour there. Probably should make it bigger. Can hardly see that one. Blues. Lighter blue. That's fun. It's relaxing. You should get hold of the program and just squiggle around. Alright. Cyan colour. And then you get darker going this way. That's green. Too far that way. There you go, darker cyan. And you can run it through our colour curves and change all the colours. You can change the brightness, which is that fourth cone that he was talking about. Damn thing. Why is it not working? Let's try that again. Is it all selected? Gone slow for some reason. Really slow. Ah, you damn thing. Have I got two copies open perhaps? No. Gone really slow for some reason. Is it working now? They're really slow. Oh, there we go. So we can change the brightness, which is that fourth cone. It's still really slow. And you can just change it. How you bend this thing around, which colours on the page that we want to brighten, basically. Anyway, just close that down. So that's what he's trying to explain there. Just play the rest of it.
Triangle of all observable hues. Every color is an imbalance between the three cone outputs. The more balance there is, the less saturated a color seems, until proportionally equal outputs just look like no color at all. Remember, this whole chromaticity diagram is just what happens in your head. For people with atypical color perception or other animals, the diagram might be shaped differently and filled with different values, but it's just as valid an interpretation of the achromatic energy hell that is the real world. And let's not discriminate against machines either. Display devices and print mediums all have their own, usually more limited color gamuts. You're watching this as a Rec 709 image displayed in the modest sRGB color space. But that's okay. A limited palette works fine as long as the color relationships remain the same. That's why things don't seem too weird in different lighting environments, and also why it's okay to simplify the chromaticity diagram into a circle. The hue circle, with all its pleasing color geometry, works because it's an abstraction of human vision itself. And you know who figured that out? This guy.
Who is it?
This mother. While establishing the foundational laws of classical
Isaac
mechanics
Newton.
as a side project, pretty much figured all this out. He understood that color is a byproduct of physical and psychological phenomena before there was indoor plumbing or electricity, before people knew atoms existed. He drew the hue circle before the invention of photography. What the What are we doing with our lives? Oh, you didn't like that someone you liked a tweet by someone you didn't like? Dude used to grind his own lenses. A century and a half later,
I don't
James
understand
Clerk
why you put that
Maxwell
bit in
figured
there.
out the electromagnetic spectrum and described the three-color separation principle, which became the basis of pretty much all color imaging technology. And a century and a half after that, we still use Newton's hue circle as a standard visual aid for additive color relationships. It's handy for figuring out effective color palettes in digital art and for performing intricate color grading on moving images. Here, the goal is to push the relatively limited color space to somehow convey the depths of human visual experience and imagination. To do this right, we need to inform our perceptions with reliable measuring instruments, mainly a vectorscope and waveform. Rein them into the nearest prime range of the color space you're working in. It's a way to ensure your shadows are dark enough, your highlights bright enough, and your midtones are just right. Imagine the picture printed in black and white on a plastic transparency, then distorted in such a way that the brighter an area is, the higher its relief. Looking at that edge on from the bottom is what the trace of a waveform shows. And for even more detail, you can look at a parade of each of the 3 color channels' luminance. Why so much scrutiny on the waveform?
Okay, so we don't have that on the editor, but obviously they have it on that CGI software. That's why he's bringing it up how it all works, so that he can tweak it.
Well, remember the unimportant rods in your retina? There are about 94 million more of them than the color tones are just right. Standard skin tone vector. Vector. Vectorscope. Oh, I get her. Vector.
Let's see, we're
saturated. Saturated. Rein them into the favorite video editing applications. The vectorscope plots where the color...
Anyway, enough on that one. So basically I wanted to pin that on because it was relevant to what I was looking at, and it just come in at the same time that I'd finished doing research on that stuff I just posted before on Bayer filter, and how each pixel is based on how the eye looks at the RGB. So Captain, full video here if you want to go and watch it properly. He's a pretty good guy to subscribe to. He does a lot of good stuff on CGI and stuff. He also debunks UFO stuff, and well, he hasn't done much of that lately, and other stuff like that. You know, where people hoax stuff on ghost videos and that sort of stuff. So yeah, you can see he's got a few followers. 2 million, same as Tyler now. And look how many views. So he's rolling in the money there. So he's doing okay. Hopefully he won't get a copyright claim on it. So yeah, he puts out a lot of good stuff here. And all sorts of technical stuff and debunks. You just have to go through it. I thought the Disney one was funny because I played that in the past. Where he was doing a demonstration of Mickey Mouse, and he pretends that Disney slaps a copyright claim on him. It's really funny. It's there somewhere in the list anyway. So last bits. Looks like we're not going to get onto UFO Stalker. But it's coming up to 4 hours, is it? The Bayer filter we're finished with. Good. And here already they're talking about 120 megapixel sensor that doesn't need the Bayer filter, so they're using a new technique obviously to do RGB. Bye bye Bayer. Patented in 1976. Almost used in all digital cameras. While several alternatives have been suggested over the years, some more exciting than others, none caught on. This could soon change, though, as Canon Watch reports that a 120 megapixel full frame sensor Canon is developing. It must be a full stop there. Canon is developing will not be based on Bayer technology. After initially reporting that the sensor will be based on completely new sensor technology, I wonder if this is going to help us in the UFO field. CW trusted source clarified that this sensor may be a technically similar to Voron, whatever that is. The reason for Canon choosing to go with a new sensor technology, according to the source, is that Canon says that RGB sensor, a Bayer filter, doesn't work as well for resolutions higher than 100 megapixels. I don't even think we got up to that level at the moment. So it's getting closer and closer to the eye as the time goes on, right? So when's this published? 2015. So that's pretty old article. So where's these 120 megapixel smartphones? What's this mean here? I don't know what this term is. Let's just do a quick search on it. So it's a type of manufacturer name, 8x3 sensor. There's an American company that manufactures and distributes image sensor technology. How about that? American company actually doing something. Amazing. So it's taken on Sony, Japanese. So it's to do with the number of pixels then. Let's see what that says. DSLR. 8K camera. Well, it's 120 megapixels 8K though. That's 8,000 by... Well, how's that work? 8,000 times 10,000, isn't it? Pixels. Let's see. Now it's got me interested. What is 8K screen size? What if it tell us? Okay, so it's almost 8,000 by 4.5. So what's that work out? So that's megapixels then. 7,604 times 4. What was the other numbers? 4,320. It's 33 megapixels. That's all that works out to be. So what's the 120 got to do with it then? So I'm sort of confused there. It doesn't make any sense to me. Ultra HD 3,000 pixels. I don't see where the 120 comes into it though. So are they saying it's two different products? I guess they're saying. So the camera can do 120 things. So what's that work out then? How many dots, how many pixels across, how many down? And does it tell us? So we now know that an 8K TV is 33 megapixels. And the camera can do far more than the TVs can handle at the moment. So that's kind of strange that the cameras can do better than what can be projected. But yeah, I don't see the sensor rate. Also working on, yep, they've got two products in one hidden here. CMOS sensor. But where's the one about the 120? Let's see. What? So the American one is 8x3. Can do 100 megapixels, and now Sony's overtaken them with 120. I think that's what they're saying here. What is 120 megapixels? See if that comes up, breaks it up for us. It's amazing. Technology changing all the time. Let's see. That might tell us. Canon. Is Canon Japanese or is it Chinese? Canon. Who owns? What's that? Japan. Oh, so it is Japanese. Okay. So it's a bit scary if Chinese are getting up there. That makes nice little pretty colours as the light reflects off all those little millions of pixels. So what's the range? Oh, here we go. Wow. Look at that. 13,000 across and 9,000 down. Imagine that on a laptop monitor. That's going to come eventually though. So if we type those two numbers in, it should come out to 120 approximately. So let's just try that. So that's how the megapixels work. Don't you just love science? There you go, 121 actually. And they just rounded it down. That's just amazing. And of course your memory cards are going to need to be bigger to store those kind of photographs, right? Imagine in the next few years, if it rolls out to smartphones, if it gets cheaper and cheaper in the next 5 years probably, the smartphones will have the tablets will have 120 megapixel cameras on it. And if you take a picture of something in the sky, you must be able to zoom straight into that and be able to see its balloons for sure. None of this blur UFOs anymore. But the thing is, video is the key here. So you better get a photograph in that range, fine, because of the processing speed. But video is always going to be down to 8K again, so that 120 is going to only be in a video. It's only going to be 1/4 the quality. So that's where we're heading in the future, anyway. So I thought that would be interesting to bring to you the article. So you know what's going on. So it looks like they've broken the barrier by changing the technology there. I'm not sure if you want to. Should have given you links to the other one, shouldn't I? 20 meg camera sensor. So eventually we're going to have something to capture UFOs finally, I reckon. Okay, so already they're talking about move over CMOS. Here comes snapshots by quantum dots. So even while they're improving the technology of CMOS sensors there, already they're talking about something else. Always sounds cool when you stick the word quantum in front of stuff. So the CMOS sensor has dominated camera for nearly 20 years. So it's been around. Yeah, that would be about right. My first camera I bought in 1998, I think. But quantum dots may take the place. Okay, so yeah. Sounds like something that alien scientists would talk about. Commercialization of CMOS image sensors led to smaller and smaller and cheaper digital cameras. We know this. But do they? In bright sunlight, parts of the image are often washed out. In low light, images become grainy and unclear. Colors do not quite pop like they taken with a professional camera. Yeah. And those are just problems with the camera, that visible lights. Although it would be great to have night vision, yep, in our cameras. Infrared sensors, yep, that would be good. Thermal as well. A lot more for the power image quality. So what they're saying down here, when a semiconductor material absorbs light, it releases an electron, yep, from a chemical bond. That electron is free to roam. The same process happens in a quantum dot. But one thing is different. Although an electron is indeed released, I think I just called it quantum dot because it sounds cool. It can't roam as easily. It gets squeezed by the edges of the particle. Because the quantum dot is only a few nanometers in diameter, this squeeze is called quantum confinement and gives the particle some special properties. The most useful property for imaging is that the light absorbed by the quantum dot is tunable. That is, the color can be continuously adjusted to almost any wavelength in the visible and infrared spectrum simply by choosing the right material and the right particle size. So they're talking about getting down to atom sizes now in the sensors. Is that what they're trying to say here? And it's now working at quantum spookiness. See, this is something that needs to be researched further. So I just come across this, so I'm just going to introduce it to you. Tunable works in a reversed as well. Color of the light emitted when the electron recombines can be selected precisely. So if we get nano lenses, well, they call it nano lenses, and then that don't use glass, you won't get all the lens flare and glaring. And then you use quantum dots to digitize the light properly without having to use filters and bigger sensor in each pixel. That's basically what they're saying there. So this leads on to what I was talking about earlier. Quantum dots have a few other nice features. Their small size allows these particles to be incorporated into printable inks, making quantum dots easy to slip into the manufacture process. Okay, quantum dots can absorb light more efficiently than silicon, which would allow camera makers to produce thinner image sensors. And QDs are sensitive across a broad dynamic range, from very low light to very high brightness. Sounds like ideal for nighttime UFO hunting. Before we tell you how quantum dot cameras will work and when they will likely be commercially available, we should explain something about the CMOS sensor. Today's state of art for digital cameras, images. Clearly there has been considerable progress in the underlying technologies in the past decade or two, particularly in making it smaller and cheaper, but in the way in which a converts light to image has largely remained unchanged. In the typical camera like the one in your phone, light passes through, so blah blah blah. Quantum dots on board. When photo sights absorb a photon electron, so it's still blabbing on here. Cameras with quantum dot based detectors operate basically the same way as CMOS. So as we already seen, CMOS I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. But yeah, they've got some diagrams here. Talking about it so what's quantum mean? I think it means really small, doesn't it? So let's see. What does quantum mean? Quantum definition. What didn't it say? Definition, yeah. Physics. That'll do. So why is it not coming up? Okay, a discrete quantity of energy proportional in magnitude to the frequency of the radiation it represents. You got it. So it's talking about discrete being small, I suppose. Small quantity of energy proportional to the magnitude of frequency. Gobbledygook. Yeah. Now, this is why people look at porn instead of technical stuff, right? What does discrete mean? We got to break down the lay terms here. Discrete means on a down low under the radar. I don't think it means that in physics though. Discrete means individual or detached. That's probably what it means. So yes, I think my brain's had it now. I don't know about you guys. But yeah, I'll just give you a link to this, and it's probably time to wrap up on that. Advances in technology and the future of cameras. So, quantum dots of all things. If I spelled it right, probably not. Got it on the wrong screen. It was going. And Live 300 is over. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning here. Yay! Crazy Paul. So yeah, looks like I might have to do a 2 midweek one. So we can catch up on the UFO stalker stuff. Well, we'll see how we go for Saturday. Hopefully the fraud channels won't put too much out that I need to debunk anyway. Hopefully the stream's gone alright. We'll see how it processes. So, what are you guys saying? I haven't sort of caught up on the side. Shelley's gone. Her mind is blowing. Welcome to the $6 million man. The next few years, so we'll be able to make our eyes brighter, better. I want a new body. We got a... So, is there anything tonight that you guys all knew? Or have you learnt something new as well? Because I'm always learning when I do this sort of stuff. And when I'm researching it, I think, oh, I'll bring that to everybody's attention, see how they go with it. But you can see a lot of it's very complex, right? So, yeah, better wind up for the night, don't I? And let you get on with your lunch times. Oh, actually, what is it? Must be closer to your dinner times in UK. And your breakfast. What is it in Texas at the moment, Susan? Must be like 10 in the morning, is it? You liked it, Charles? That's good. Sometimes people don't like the technical stuff, but I try to keep it basic because I don't understand it myself, right? So the more we look at this stuff, the more everything seems to make sense. Now we know about flares in the eye, what causes it, and we know about how the photocell processes the saying RGB is the way the eye cells are. So everything's modelled on nature. Same as plane skins. The B-2 is modelled on the Falcon, or wherever it was. It makes all sense to model on nature because nature has figured it out for us. So flight, the aerofoil wing, everything is there. It's just amazing. So when people keep talking about seeing butterflies in videos as UFOs fighting each other, it's just ridiculous. So you always got to look at the Oscar razor effect. The simplest explanation is often the most correct answer. So good night all, and keep safe on the roads. And I'll see you Saturday, I guess. It's already Friday here. And I got some coding to finish off my security. That was another hassle this week for my IP cameras for the house. I'm trying to write a script that purges the files as it gets too much, so it doesn't fill up the hard drive. Because the software that I was using wants $1,000 license. The cheeky buggers. They give it, say it's free for non-commercial, but then they say it's still free, but they've disabled half of it. Chinese sites. So I'm doing it another way after doing all the other work setting it up, you see. Oh, Paul, stop ranting. Good night all. Let's get near the end now. Hopefully more people will watch it and learn from it too. It's not been a really high turnout tonight.